Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, April the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. They didn't have my mic on in the main room. Sorry about that, guys. So you guys heard me in YouTube, so I got to do it again. So welcome, everybody. Welcome to the pre-market show for Tuesday, April the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can see me, hear me, or see my screen and hear me. So in YouTube, I had a bit of an issue with YouTube. I hope that's okay. Maybe somebody in YouTube can pop in and make sure you guys can hear me and see the screen. So look at the SPY, guys. So we have momentarily again reclaimed 500 in this battle over 500. So we're a little bit, thank you, Pepe. Great. So yeah, so we've got this little battle still at 500 for the SPY. But a few earnings plays now. Let's take a look at some of these ones that are not earnings plays. Yeah, Smart for Life, SMFL, gapping up. Cannot see any specific reason. I'm scouring my headlines. I don't see any specific reason for SMFL. HWH, another one I cannot find any specific reason. HWH. Pally had a big pop up. They did have some news. They entered into a collaboration agreement with Strand Life Sciences, and that is Pally. Big pop up, big drop. Meanwhile, guys, this is an earnings play. This is an earnings play. JetBlue. So JetBlue going completely counter to the airline trend. Of course, you know, with all the stuff with Spirit Airlines and JetBlue. And anyway, this is an earnings play after a Q1 loss widens. And again, look at United Airlines still. United Airlines over the last, ever since earnings here, I mean, it's had just a great 4-day run. The disaster du jour is ABEO. ABEO. I did see there was a reason. Oh yeah, they had an FDA complete response letter. Obviously, not a great letter. Okay, so that's the reason for ABEO being trashed today. Now it's funny when I saw this TLSA, I thought, oh my goodness, Tesla, big 18% pop. Not Tesla. This is Tiziana, TLSA, TLSA. Okay, not quite $1 yet. TLSA. Spotify, man, oh man, I just amazed how resilient this is. Spotify is also an earnings play. I mean, it's almost an all-time low. Obviously, right up here is an all-time low, 313. So you're saying that SMFL is a Zach Morris, okay? I'm just looking to see, you know, a lot of times what we'll see is traders circulating. So they're doing a reverse split. Oh, so that was yesterday. So they did the reverse split yesterday, okay? SMFL. General Motors, GM. Where are you? Is GM around here somewhere? Oh, no, it's here. GM is an earnings play. Big, nice reaction to earnings for GM. You know, another one that's almost a lifetime high, guys. 98%, almost a lifetime high. Take that, Tesla. How about Ford? I think Ford is really lagging. Yeah, Ford is really lagging GM. It's only, you can see right there, its lifetime high, it's at the lower end, underneath 50%, whereas GM is almost at a lifetime high. AGBA still, let's see, AGBA, maybe a continuation after the last, well, yesterday, of course, this weekly candle is just one day. So there's the daily candle yesterday. Novartis, NVS. NVS is another earnings play. NVS is another earnings play. So this is starting to fade pretty, underneath 100, guys. So this is starting to fade. NVS under 100. It didn't quite make it to the, well, actually, I'm sorry. So in the pre-market, it got above the 200-day moving average, okay? It did get above it, but now it's now below it again. That blue line on my screen, that is a 200-day. Old school Xerox. I don't know what else they do anymore, but Xerox, XRX, earnings play. Yeah, guys. I mean, on a weekly chart anyway, this still has some room underneath, okay? On a weekly chart. 1374, about $1 to the next low on the weekly chart. Thank you, William, for that back of the envelope analysis of ABEO. And guys, yeah, today's the first day of the test drive. Okay, I guess there was no pre-market trading allowed in this one, so the test drive starts today. Still time to sign up if you want. I'll put in the link. I see $7.77 per shot at the grand prize of $2,400. A gift certificate from Amazon. Okay, I'm just going to put the link in. And again, the test drive runs until Thursday at 4 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, whoever makes the most money wins. Really that simple. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant contest year. Well, yeah, I had it. It's called test drive and contest. That's right. So you'll actually have access to the program, of course, for the balance of this week plus Monday. Okay, the test drive portion started last Friday, but you're right. The contest starts today. Thank you, Blaine. CALX is also an earnings play, guys. CALX is also an earnings play. It has been just basically in a huge downtrend for a couple of months now. I'm hearing SunPower's SPWR. This is getting kicked here, guys. It's not an earnings play. Meanwhile, cannabis, just on some kind of a note, don't expect anything from your government meaning the US government. The rescheduling of cannabis unlikely this year. That was in this little section that I call "What else is happening." So it says that the rescheduling of cannabis is unlikely this year. Yeah, and GL did release earnings. Kind of a non-event. I don't know if anybody listened. They probably had a conference call at the same time or a little after. I don't know if anybody listened to it just to hear how they were trying to defend themselves against that fuzzy panda report. The call's at 11 o'clock. Thank you, Ali or Ale. Thank you, and Danny in our YouTube room. Ali, okay. So that's 11 o'clock Eastern time. Really, 11 o'clock Eastern time. That's interesting. Renee, good morning. Welcome to you too. Glad to see you're back. You don't want too many listeners. Well, be interesting to hear what they're going to say. That's actually, typically, I don't really care about conference calls and all, but if anybody wants to, listen or post whatever the guy's saying, it could be interesting. 'Cause I'm sure they're going to try to come out and defend it to a certain extent. So this is last year's cheater board, leaderboard, guys. Sorry about that, Freudian slip. This is last year's. This is the March leaderboard. Okay, this of course got wiped out. Oliver won. This is the contest that I'm talking about. So it starts today, and it runs till Thursday. So I'm just waiting for this to zero out. So it depends what you mean by that, Renee. I mean, the charts is just a reflection of price and volume. Okay. I mean, it's when you say actual data, I mean the price. Well, it's actual data, but I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. Just because a chart is moving higher today doesn't, like on a daily chart, doesn't absolutely 100% mean it's going to continue, of course. But I don't know what you mean by actual data. This is just the latest price. Yeah. So I don't trade in the first 15. That's just out of just a long-standing habit for me. I would like to wait around 15 minutes before the market opens. When I'm talking about these ones that are moving in the pre-market, doesn't mean they're going to continue. Okay, it just means that right now, before the market is opening, I guess MFL, obviously it's doing something. Somebody mentioned this Zach Morris, who's kind of, I guess, call him a Twitter guru of some sort. People seem to follow him, so he must have posted, he must have tweeted something. Okay, but does that mean that it's going to keep moving? No. I wish it were that simple. So, guys, it is now 9:13. So I think what I'll do now is take a look at the major sectors, see what's happening before this market opens. Settle down, computer. Settle down. Okay. Okay. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Okay. So let's take a look at energy. XLE. So energy's been a little bit weak. It was weak yesterday. So what you're seeing here, XLE, this is again the major ETF for energy. So when you see 80.95% in red, that means that 80.95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So Halliburton, I do know HAL as an example. I mean, it's only up, 0.96%, a little bit counter to what the rest of the sector is doing. This is actually an earnings play. Halliburton is actually an earnings play. And so we are in for a positive open. We're in for a positive open. You can see the market's moving a little higher here. Okay. So we're in for a positive open. And so what I'm trying to find right here is, yeah. So for instance, if I look at communications XLC, 85% or above yesterday's close. Okay. But there are a couple that are down. Let's take a look at EA. No. See, I couldn't really tell the percent. So imagine if I saw EA was down like 5%, Electronic Arts, and meanwhile, the rest of the sector is doing, reasonably well. I would take a look at EA and saying, well, why are you running counter to your sector? Thing is, I couldn't quite see what the percent was, and it's only 0.17. So it's not like there's anything standing out. And I'm really not seeing anything that's standing out that's running counter to its sector. Now, as I have been doing now, let's take a look at XLU and take a look at it compared to its 200-day moving average. Still moving away again, the so-called flight to safety. Okay, dividend-bearing stocks. So when the market is sort of getting weaker, you can see that a lot of people will go into utility type stocks. We had consumer discretionary, XLY. XLY was right around that 200-day moving average. Yeah, so now you can see what happened. It touched it again yesterday. That's the blue line on my daily chart, okay? And now it's below the 200-day moving average, but just kind of hovering around. Take a look at healthcare. I think healthcare might have been another one that was kind of, yeah, only market hours now, Jesse, okay? No pre-market stuff. Okay. So XLB, let's take a look at XLB. Yeah, so I think energy was weak yesterday and it's weakening today. So actually, it wasn't weak yesterday. It must have recovered yesterday. Okay. Yeah, I see a green candle there. So must have recovered yesterday because it's the same thing. Yesterday, when we looked at energy in the pre-market, it was the worst performing sector, kind of like this. Okay. But I guess once the market opened, it must have rallied a bit. So remember, guys, if you're part of this contest, okay, the trading contest, let me just bring up the Brokerage Plus. Because this is can be a common problem. Give me a moment. Remember, you must in this little box here that says paper trading, you must pick Cashola PMC, okay? Okay. Oh man, Oliver, I don't know. That I don't know. To me, I don't know, but I'll post that question. So anyway, guys, make sure that you in this little box here where it says paper trading, probably to start, make sure you pick Cashola PMC. That is the contest account that you must be trading in. Unfortunately, some people didn't realize that the last couple of, well, I mean, it is outlined in the rules, but I get it. You can miss it. And so they were making trades in the wrong account, wondering, well, wait a minute, I've done pretty well. How come I'm not in the leaderboard? And they were in the wrong. You got to make sure you're in the Cashola PMC, okay? Yeah, I can very quickly show you, okay, David? So if I click on, I'm going to click a new single stock window. Okay, so all you have to do is this. I'll make it a little bit bigger. All you have to do is this is grab, when I say grab, so left click on say news, left click on it, okay? And start to drag it. And once you get this icon popping up, okay, with the right, left, up, down, then you can pick where you want it. I'll put it to the right. So now it's to the right. If I want competitors, I do the same thing. I left click on it and I grab it. Now, if I want it underneath, now it's underneath. Okay. Now you can just play around wherever you want it. I want the details on top. Okay. So now I've got them all four. And then you just play around. Now, if I want a profile down here, okay, it's a little tricky, but once you get used to it, and of course, you would, if you want to have to make sense, you better make it a little bit bigger so you can see everything. Okay. I don't think I mentioned Silo, guys. Silo was right on my first on my list, but now I'm looking at it. China education. Let's take a look at China education. But first, Silo. Yeah, I mean, seeing a lot of this now. 285 all the way back down to 206. So I see a China education stock, TAL, TAL. I don't know if it's an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. Earnings coming up. So I don't know if this is popping for a specific reason. I'm looking. I do not see a specific reason. Let's take a look at EDU and see if it's doing the same thing, the another big China education stock, and see if it's doing the same thing. No. So TAL is doing something on its own, guys. TAL is doing something on its own. Again, I cannot see any. Our news more than would never show it. You know, our news is great for looking at back, okay? But if you're looking for something that's happening kind of right now, that's why I use Interactive Brokers headline news, but I'm not seeing anything. All right, guys. So what I want to do now is I want to bring up, make sure I do this right. Basically, just bring up the layout that I'm going to use once the market opens. This window that you see here, the green, will basically be the same. I just want to have all the ones that are moving down. All right, guys. So yeah, I'm just getting ready. Another 10 minutes or 6 minutes for this market to open. Where are the rules for the contest? Well, I'm assuming that. Why is, just give me a moment. Where are the rules? I don't know. I mean, I thought if you signed up for it, you should have seen the rules, right? Maybe they're here. I mean, I don't have a in the email you got. I'm sure that all the rules were there. Are you signed up for the contest, Tim? Now, if you want to, by the way, if you want to follow the leaderboard, okay, you click on Dock Channel Bar. So go to our toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar, and then the PMC Master Challenge. And there will be a little pop-up. I guess it might be hidden somewhere. Where is that leaderboard? Thank you, Oliver. Okay. Where is that leaderboard? No, okay. So I don't know. Sometimes it'll show up on another screen. Okay. Well, I have multiple monitors. Sometimes it'll show up on another screen. Sometimes it'll be hidden behind. Okay. But if you want to follow what's happening in the contest, rules are on the webpage. Okay, thank you. Give me a moment. Okay, guys. Again, I'm just getting ready for the open now. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. And there's the SMFL still leading. So again, this relative strength leaders from the close, guys. So that is front and center, the ones that are really active all day long. And I'm sharing this, sharing a lot of scans on my homepage. All right, thank you, William. So yeah, less than a minute for the open. So let's have a great trading, everybody, and good luck to anybody who is in the contest. And remember, if you are a premium subscriber right now, you may as well do the contest because it's free for you. Okay. Oh, I don't know about that, Penny. But I'll tell you what. I mean, I can direct you to our homepage, and you can ask them to use my code and see what happens. Okay. Okay, guys, we're now open. So just tell them you want to use my code. So if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and then right where it says need help, okay? Click on the need help, click on the ask, click on the chat, and say you'd like to subscribe and you'd like to use my code, okay? Right now, the code is Barry 15, but it depends what they'll take it off of. Okay, like what will the starting point be? I just, I don't get it. I never get involved in the accounting. All right, guys. So yes, we are now open. All right, here we go, guys. So there is the leaderboard as we start. Okay, and as we get more into it, I will start displaying it a lot more. And I'll be cheering Oliver on. Oliver's in our room, and he won the last one. And anybody else, Oliver, if anybody else who's in the room, I will be cheering. There you go. Look at Oliver, number 2 on the list already. Anyway, let's get. So, how did this? So, look at this big pullback now for SMFL, 713, right back down to 6, and halted on the way down. Yeah. You know what's doing really well is this PRI, guys. PRI through the 200-day moving average yesterday. Okay, continuing. It has earnings on May the 6th. This clown tried to lump it in with Fuzzy Panda, Bear Cave. I shouldn't call it a clown, but I mean, anyway, came up with a report basically lumping it in with Fuzzy Panda in terms of the fraud, etc. Anyway, shook it off completely. You can see though the day it happened down to 184, close though 209, and it continues to move higher here. Well, I'm just going on what Shady said. Okay, some college kid or some kid. Well, okay, maybe his track record is hasn't been good. Shady actually did a little research and showed that if he had gone long, all his shorts, he would have, I don't know, 90% of the time would have done better. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It didn't work. Okay. All right, ATGL guys, ATGL halted on the way up, and so the screen I'm going to display is nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is this blue screen you see here. This is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Can't see the symbol, but it is ATGL. It's halted at 399. Okay. Now this column here is trying to tell is maybe a bit of a glimpse as to where it could open. So if you're in this one right now, you don't want to see that underneath the halt price. Okay. But again, nothing is fixed in stone. The halt was at 9:33 plus 57 seconds. If it's a 5-minute halt, which they typically are, it'll open at 9:38 plus 57 seconds. Hey, Blaine, is that you in the room? So I'm just looking at it very, very early, guys. This is our leaderboard right now. Okay. And I see Blaine there. There is a Blaine in our room. So I think it's yes. Okay. So So this is our current leaderboard right now, very early. Deb B, Debbie, good one with the bees. Everybody, bees are so cool now, guys. Everybody's got bees, be this, be that. A sensei? Well, I don't know about that, but good morning, Joey. So good luck. GL. I mean, I don't, again, I mean, they had earnings and Mark, and they're so far, this is being, shrugged off that day. Oh, I should have mentioned. What time is it now? 9:36. Good. So if you have our AI, okay, if you have our premium service, the main reason probably is because you want to see what our AI is going to do. Okay, so this is what I would do. All I would do, don't overcomplicate it. Click on new from our toolbar. This is only if you're using the downloadable application, okay? And the web version, unfortunately you can't do quite this, but click on new from the toolbar. You scroll down a bit, you're going to see three that start with premium AI. Okay. Pick the middle one, the middle one. Please listen carefully. The middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. Pick that one. When I say pick it, click on it, and this is what you're going to see. Okay. You will see no trades, no alerts. Should call them trades, no alerts until at least 9:40. Okay. It doesn't mean there will be one at 9:40, but that's the earliest the AI will start to send some alerts. Okay. The other thing to do is if you've loaded this and if it doesn't say none where it says filter, this is a drop down, uncheck whatever is checked. Okay. More than likely, profitable trades are checked. I would uncheck it so it says none. So you will see the trades all day long because sometimes they set up in different ways, at different times. Maybe it's below the alert price. Okay. So, but anyway, have this window. And now just wait for the alerts to happen. There was no video that's going to show you, once the alerts happen, how you trade them. How you trade them is up to you. Okay. But that's what I would do. Keep it super simple. Don't get overwhelmed by all the information. All right, guys. NIVF, which was a big one from yesterday, it did sell off. It got as high as 189. Closed down here. It's a big sell off, 128, but 30%, 33%. But moving again, you can kind of see if it takes out the high of yesterday, it still has room there. When I say room, when you look left, look at the high over here, 280. Not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. And again, if you're less conservative than me, I'm just pointing these out right now. I just don't take them this early. Yeah, so Riot and Mara now are really starting to come back. Okay, you can see Riot. I would look at Mara more than Riot, just because Riot is still underneath the 200-day moving average. Okay, whereas if you look at Mara, and these are a couple of the miners, the Bitcoin miners. Okay, and you look at Mara, and you can see that it is a lot stronger. I mean, if you consider strength being above the 200-day moving average, then this is stronger, and it's putting in a nice big move right now. Again, now that the halving event is over, Amara is certainly, crawled off the bottom. That's a nice $4 move from 14 to 18 in 5 days. Go-To. So here's another China education stock, guys. Go-To. GOTU. We saw TAL earlier today. TAL. We saw TAL earlier today. Now, for me, the big issue with Go-To would be look at 7. I mean, just look at the daily chart. Look at all the action at 7. We're at 680 right now. For me, there's just, if I wanted this one, there's just not enough room for it to move. Okay, now we've got CART on the way down. So CART is on the way down, guys. CART is not an earnings play. Okay, so CART is not an earnings play. Maple Bear, okay. What do they do? And this is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown early, okay? Instacart, yeah, I see this now. They engage in the design and development of an online application that offers grocery delivery and pickup services, okay? Let's see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news for CART. Meanwhile, guys, the market 500 being defended so far. It's the Portfolio Master Challenge. Yes, Jason. So if you go to the home page or to our channel bar and you click on that, then you can actually see the leaderboard. This is the leaderboard right now. Super early, but this is the leaderboard right now. Andre K leading right now with $9,600. Morning, Tank. Whoa, CART now. We get another move down here, guys. Wow, CART making a big move down now, guys. So these are a couple of the scans I'm sharing. So you see the CART 33.58 was a suggestion to short. Okay, 32.85 now. And I'm sharing, in about maybe about 15, maybe about 10 o'clock. I usually do it around 10:20, but maybe around 10 o'clock. I'll go over the scans I'm sharing anyway, okay? Shoot, I missed it. I missed it. First alert, yeah. So this is the first alert from our AI. I don't mind showing this now because we're still into the test drive, okay? So people have access to the premium service. So there was the alert at 298, 328 right now. Let's take a look at didn't see this one in the pre-market. OPRT did not see it. Didn't really do much, but you can see it right there, front and center, right there, right there. You look at this relative strength leaders on the close, right there. Now, what room does it have? I mean, guys, I mean, it's still got some room. 354. 354 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Now, again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying, you know, you don't have to, well, you have intraday resistance potentially to worry about, but another one, guys, VLRS, another pretty good one so far from the AI. Now, this one to me, okay, so it's at 939 right now. There is a weekly high right there. If it can break through that, then 967 is a potential. Okay. And this is an earnings play. Okay. This is an earnings play. A lot of halts resumes so far, guys. CHCI halted on the way down. Look at this. Comstock. Somebody mentioned Pally was halted on the way. Well, it resumed. Okay. So it did resume, but it was halted, I guess, on the way down. PALI. So a great early alert from the AI right now for VLRS. Now, is this going to stall it? 967. Okay. That's really the issue right now. Now, if that doesn't stall it, take a look at a monthly chart. Yeah, so you can see that monthly high is about the same as that weekly high. So if somehow it gets through that, the next monthly high is at 1046. Again, not saying it's getting there, but you can see it's got a little bit of room, but it's got to get through that 967 again. And Xerox getting thumped, guys. So Xerox, XRX, earnings play way down. Now there's GL, guys. I mean, GL now is at, give me a moment. So GL is just taking out these highs over here. These highs over here. I'm sorry, I should mention. Like yesterday's high in the daily chart. So GL is, say what we want about it, but it is, just trade the chart. I mean, it's an earnings play. Now, somebody said they are going to be having a conference call at 11 o'clock to discuss stuff, earnings, of course. So that is in a little over an hour from now, an hour and 10 minutes from now. So that could be very interesting. See what happens, see if how the stock price gets affected or whatever they're going to say. All right, guys, let's see now. Market is still. Well, wait a minute. Where is my? Oops! Don't do that. Oh, I lost my spy chart. Oh, here it is. So the market is still so putting in that first 15-minute candle, topping tail and bottoming tail. So uncertainty. Second 15-minute candle, big topping tail so far. Buyers had it up here. Sellers knocking it down a bit, but still green. Okay. All right, guys. Well, definitely some nice winners so far. OPRT, there's a 12.9%. Now, you got to trade these. Never, ever should you have let VERC or VLRS, yet it was at 9, you had the alert at 918, and it got all the way up here to 958. So you've got to manage your trades, of course. And the VERX is a potential short, so I'm going to be looking at that one for sure. Let's take a look at what it looks like on a chart. Yeah, so it had a big bottoming tail, so got all the way down there, and then the buyers took over and closed it here. So this is, right now, this is kind of in no man's land. You got a big topping tail, the previous 15-minute candle, big bottoming tail. So direction unknown still. Anyone else have no charts after updating the software? Wilson, I cannot say no. When you say no charts, what do you mean by that? Do you mean no data coming into your charts or just flat out no charts? Like, what do you mean by that? Talking to Wilson in our YouTube room? GL guys, GL. Okay, so what you might want to do is do a reboot, okay, or load trade ideas again. Okay, just see if that helps. Okay. Before you do that, maybe if you click on account and reset connection, that might help. Okay. So click on account and then reset connection. Hmm. Okay. Well, I had no problem. So, but maybe just do a reload trade ideas, Wilson. Okay. There are some other people saying they had to do a reload. Okay. Just reload. Okay, guys. So MFI. This was it. Okay. Keep it real. Keep an eye on this one. This is IPO from yesterday. Okay, China IPO from yesterday, and this is now above yesterday's high. Where are the AI signals? Okay. Well, are you a premium subscriber? Okay, I'm talking to Sierra in our YouTube room. So, are you a subscriber? Number one, are you a premium subscriber, or are you part of the test drive that started last Friday, or are you part of the contest? You have to have that. You have to have access to our premium service. So I just don't know if you have that. I'm talking to Sierra in our YouTube room. But the easiest way, if you are a premium subscriber, the easiest way to follow the AI alerts If you click on new from our toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then select Premium AI Strategy Trades window. You'll see there are three that start with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, Premium AI Strategy Trades window. And then this is what you're going to see, okay? And if you don't, if in this filter box, if you don't see none, just click the down arrow and uncheck profitable trades, okay? Just I think it's better to see all the trades all day long, in my opinion. Up to you, but that's my opinion. Okay, so that's how you see the AI alerts. All right, let's take a look at our leaderboard, guys. So Andre K, yeah, sort of an expanding lead right here, 37,000. Next is at Mr. G at 10,000. Very early, of course. There's Blaine still hanging in at number in sixth position. This is our contest, guys. And Oliver, I got faith in Oliver. He's hanging in at the number 10 position. Oliver won the last one. And there is still time. You can sign up for the contest. Contest is running until the end of market hours on Thursday, so 4 p.m. Eastern time, Thursday. Okay. And you still have time to sign up if you want. Costs you $7. Well, if you're a premium subscriber, you may as well sign up. You'll get it for free. Okay. I'm just going to put the link in. Okay. Well, of course, there's a chance. Any chances IPO runs today? Of course. Any day, of course, there could be. I mean, we don't know until it opens, but am I able to? I can't tell. I mean, I have to ask somebody, I guess. That's in the accounting section. Quickly, I cannot tell. No, I just show the top 10. So again, you got to manage the trades, guys. Look at the OPRT. I mean, it is, you if you took this anywhere around, they say the $3 level, and you watch the thing get up to 340, that's a massive percentage move. You can't allow it to come all the way back down. You've got to be taking some profit along the way, in my opinion, anyway. Yeah. So, Mark, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, okay, and then click on the PMC Master Challenge. Now, I already have it up and running. But it should pop up. If you don't see it, it might be behind. Okay, and then this is. Oh no, it did pop up. It popped up on my other monitor, and this is what you'll see. And then you just keep up and running. Now, I think you can also go. I mean, I rarely go to our website, but let's take a look here. Yeah, so there's a little more information, and I don't understand why I'm only getting two people here. Yeah, I don't understand this. Just give me a moment, okay? I don't understand why I'm. Well, at any rate, that's how I follow it, okay? Okay, guys, here is an earnings play, LKQ, showing up in the combo scan. Now, it has to take this low out here, that weekly low. If it does, where could it go? 41.44. So it would have about a dollar if it can take out that weekly low there. So I'm going to stick an alert there and see if that happens. All right, guys. Now, here's a classic. If you missed it the first time, OPRT, if you missed it the first time, okay, look what it did. Okay, so there was the alert at 298. It got up to 339. It pulled back down here very close, okay, very close to the alert price. You could have waited on this and then you could have taken it. And now it's making another new high. Now, the issue here could be 354. Okay, looking left on the daily chart, 354 is the next high looking left. So that could block it. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, LKQ. Sorry, guys. So LKQ. So it did take out that little low here. So now the next low. So it's got about a dollar to the next low. I missed my entry. Or did I? I don't know what you mean by that, Bezavi in our YouTube. My chart is behind the actual price. I don't understand what you mean by that. My chart is behind the actual price. Don't know what you mean by that. You can see my You can see my chart. I don't know what you mean by that. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Kazoo guys, this was a really active one a few weeks ago. CZOO, and I saw it got halted. I should have been paying way more attention to this one. This is where I sometimes will take a trade out of the halt. I don't know if it did it though. So it got halted at 660, I got, or 680 or 660. Look at Oliver. Come on, Oliver. And Blaine, and Blaine. I'm not no favorites here, but my only favorites are anybody who's in our trading room right now, who's and I recognize um, Blaine and Oliver, of course, who won last time. Brian, is that you? And there's a Brian in the room also that has been in the contest. And I think that could be you too. So we might have three people who, and maybe others. Maybe there's some others who are in the trading room that are in this top 10 list right now. But Andre K still leading. That's you, Brian. Okay, cool. So you're in our YouTube room. Okay. Well, we have three in the top 10, at least three in the top 10 who are in our trading rooms. So that's cool. Cheer them on. I still don't know what you mean. If I don't click on the bar, the chart price doesn't update. Maybe do a reboot. Okay. I mean, obviously that's not supposed to happen. Okay. Maybe just do a reboot. Maybe do an account refresh or something like that. Okay. Some people have said they've had some blank charts with the new build. I did not have that issue, but some people are saying they did. So it might be you may just have to reload trade ideas. Okay. Zavi in our YouTube room. Yeah, I missed my entry on the LKQ. On the LKQ short. Oh, good one. So this is from the combo scan, guys. 42.85 is a suggestion to short. Okay, 42.85, 42.13 now. I was waiting for a break here, and I just couldn't get the fill I wanted. A lot of shares available, 9 million. That was not the issue, but just didn't get it. Give me a moment. Okay, so yeah, I think somebody mentioned that. So this NCI is supposed to be an IPO today. So what I'm going to do is NCI, and it is Hong Kong. So we'll give it a shot, see if it any excitement. So what I'm going to do, it hasn't started trading, obviously. I right click, right click, create the price alert. Okay. It's obviously going to start trading more than one. In my notes, I'm going to put how many shares. So it's 2.3 million and supposed to be a 4 IPO and China. So now I'm prepared. I'll know all about it when it starts to trade, if it starts to trade today. And see if it is as good as yesterday's China stock, which was MFI. All right. Well, Andre's building up a pretty decent lead right now. Okay, so has two open trades. $44,500. Oliver's in second. There's our Blaine and Brian. So those are the three that Oliver, Blaine, and Brian that I'm aware of that are in our trading room. And again, there is still time if you want to enter in this contest. Costs you $7.77. Unless you're a premium subscriber, you can enter for no charge, and it runs until Thursday. I mean, this is so early, guys, so early, but it runs till Thursday, 4 o'clock. And again, a $2,400 Amazon gift card is the grand prize. Now I see that this one, NKGN, is now a suggestion to short in our AI. I have no shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers. I have no shorts available. Doesn't mean you don't, but I don't. Okay, so Zavi, did that help? If you did a reload of trade ideas, did that help with your chart issues? Ah, so Zap, okay, so yeah, who said that? Zap is a reverse split today. ZAPP, okay, halted on the way up. What is let's see, what's the ratio? I hate these headlines. They just don't tell us the ratio right in the headline, but I know what they're doing. They want us to click on it. One for 20. Thank you, guys. 1 for 20. So this was a 30-cent stock yesterday, or less, of course. So with that 1 for 20 reverse split, that float then, divide that by 20, okay? Divide that by 20. Let's say about 1.5 million shares in the float, okay? Okay, guys. So GL, this has to be watched at around 11 o'clock. Okay. As somebody pointed out, these guys are the company released earnings. They're going to be having a conference call at 11 o'clock. It should be could be very interesting to hear what they're going to say. Not so much about earnings, but about this day here. Okay. All right, guys. So again, I have no shorts available for NKGN at Interactive Brokers. But it is now down 9%, 181, 165. I just don't have any shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys. So look what's happening now. Andre is starting to come back to the pack a little bit. There's Oliver still in second place. So Andre is coming back to the pack. 37,000, 17,000 for Oliver. So again, we're really early. We're only about an hour and 18 minutes into, I'm sorry, less than that. Sorry. We only started at 9:30. So less than an hour into this contest. Okay. So Art in our YouTube room, there was an update yesterday and now my charts are missing the side tab. So okay. So are you talking about the little, are you talking about the little clock? I've got both charts here. Okay. This is the HTML charts, sort of the web-based version charts, and then I've got our other charts. So for me, I still have the clock here, and the clock is here. So what exactly are you talking about? Luna, the Norwegian cat. Okay, well, how do you trade? Well, you cannot do it automatically. You've got to manually do the trades. Luna. I mean, there is a way in which if you wanted to auto trade your own strategy, you could do it. I don't necessarily recommend it, but you basically, if I bring up Brokerage Plus, give me a moment. Okay, give me one moment. Just got to click on sim. So are you talking about this little bit of a line here that pops this out? I don't have it either then. Okay, then it must I guess it must have gone. I don't know. You're talking about this little line here that pops out? Hmm. Maybe you were in a really I mean, because I don't recall any line on the anything on the side for me anyway that had the time frame. But let me just try to help Luna also. Okay, when you put trades on the chart, so the only way you can put a trade on the chart, but if you're part of this contest, I probably would do everything manually. Okay, Luna. The reason being is that you have to assign a strategy to the buy button or the sell button if you're going to short. Okay. And that means you have to, go to your strategy. You have to assign a strategy either of your own. Okay, okay. So paper trading. Okay. So now I think I understand. Okay. So can you see it says paper trading? But if you click on paper trading, now why is that happening? Just give me a moment. Maybe it was cash. Just give me a moment. Hmm. All right. Why is this not? Okay, guys, I have no idea what's going on with me now too because I cannot bring up. I should be able to click on this, and before I was able to see the cashola. Yeah. No, you've got to. Yeah, it's got to go to cashola, Luna. So okay, guys, NIVF now is above yesterday's high. So Pepe, when you load Brokerage Plus, are you able to see the cashola? I had it earlier. I had it earlier. Well, you can place trades with the charts, Luna, except that the problem is that you have to assign. You can see it, so I cannot for some reason. I click on paper trading. Before I did see it, I did see it, so I could pick Cashola. I went to the accounts tab and look. So I hope it's not a server issue like the server I'm on, but I shouldn't have to do that, should I? And okay, and yeah, I can add it. I can, but I cannot. Not here. Okay, so Luna, the idea of placing a trade using the buy, you're talking about using the buy or sell button, right? What you have to, I did. Sorry, I'm all over the place here. I reloaded it several times. New brokerage plus. I've reloaded it several times. Click on sim, paper trading. Ah, now okay. So okay. I had to do it several times then. I had to do it several times. Okay. Well, so that might be the same issue you're having, Luna. Okay. You might have to reload Brokerage Plus several times and make sure that you have this Cashola PMC. You saw what I was doing and it just wasn't showing up. Now, as far as, buying or selling from the chart, this is, and I wouldn't do it for the contest because you have to take one of these strategies or your own strategy and assign it to a buy button or to a sell button. Okay. Then you can do it. But I'm not sure that's what you want to do. I think really what you want to do is do all this, like do it all manually, in my opinion. Okay. You see something you like, you click on, okay, you click on NIVF, you like it. Let me see if I just want to load it. So maybe something came through on a scan for you. Now you pick how many shares you want. Okay. And where you want to get in out in it. So I'm going to go. I'm not ever part of this contest. So maybe I'll take 1,000 shares, buy it, send it. Okay. And then you're in it. That's how I would do it. Okay. Because because you have to assign a strategy to the buy button or the sell button, and that is not necessarily, what if you really wanted to trade something that's not coming in through that strategy? Something that's really moving and it's not, I think you should do it all manually, if that makes sense. Certainly for the contest. You don't have to no, you don't have to assign a strategy for the tournament. Not at all. I would say that 99.999% people don't do that, okay? You do exactly what I just did. Okay? You like if you have a scan, like if you wanted to trade CZOO right now, okay? But if you might have some scans that you like, okay, and you're getting alerts from your scans, you click on it. The reason I can't, you know, if I click on it now, this window is going to disappear behind, okay? So I'm just doing it off. So if I click on CZOO, okay, now it's showing up here. Okay, it's showing up here. Now I pick how many shares I want. Okay, and if I don't mind the bid ask, then I just do it manually. All right, guys. Well, I know I've missed a lot of stuff here. That's okay. But I've missed a lot of stuff. We're now getting into, thank goodness, we're starting to get into an earnings season and we're starting to get a lot more action. Okay, guys, half an hour to the GL conference, earnings release conference, I guess we'll call it. Be very interesting. I'm going to be watching GL to see what actually happens to the share price. Let's take a look at our leaderboard again. So Andre is pulling away again. Okay, 64,000, 29,000 in second place is Mr. G, Oliver, 17. Where's Blaine? Blaine's still there. Brian is still there. So we've got three people from our rooms in the top 10. We just got to get rid of Andre K. I'm kidding, Andre K. If you are here, I'm kidding. Well, look at the market, though, guys. I mean, look at this market. This was just doom and freaking gloom. Okay. I mean, I'm not saying we're out of the woods yet, but I mean, we did have a green day. I was wondering if we would have a green day yesterday. And, now right now, I mean, this could all turn around. And especially anybody talking today, these guys keep wanting to talk. Let's see. So I do not see anybody who is talking today. None of the Fed presidents are talking today. We do have at 1 o'clock, we do have the 69 billion 2-year note auction. Okay, so that could have an effect, but we have nothing else that really could affect the market. Well, you won't be disqualified, Oliver. They may not have that. You may not be able to count that trade. That's all. I don't know how they're doing it, to be honest. I don't know how they're, but that's up to them. The ticker for the IPO is, drum roll. Let's see. It'll be at the bottom of my chart, probably. NCI. NCI. Supposed to. Okay. It is supposed to open today. NCI. And great structure. There's your structure. 2.3 million issued, $4 IPO price, and it's a China stock. So we'll have to see once it opens, if it opens. I mean, there's no guarantee, but that is what is scheduled. Wow, 10:35. Okay, guys. So let me put the link in again for the contract. Steve said you're good. Okay, cool. Okay, guys. So if you're new into this room, first of all, welcome to the room. This is the format. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. So you've been hearing me talk about a contest. Okay, so there is still time to enter, and this is what it is all about. So you can sign up for $7.77. What that'll get you is our full premium service, okay? You'll actually have it until Monday market close, Monday at 4 p.m. next Monday, okay? The contest has already started, but listen, these leaderboards can change very, very quickly. So we're only an hour into the contest. It runs until 4 p.m. Thursday. Okay. So basically still almost the full 3 days. Okay. So you can sign up for it. Now, if you're a premium subscriber, you don't have to pay the 777. You can sign up for it and you're automatically in. If you're a standard subscriber, it'll cost the 777. And of course, if you don't have trade ideas at all, just for 777, you'll be in the contest. Plus, you'll have trade ideas for Friday and Monday. Okay. And $2,400 grand prize. It's an Amazon gift certificate. Okay. So that's the contest that you hear me talk about. Now, the other thing is when the contest is over, you'll have access to our program until Monday at 4 o'clock Eastern time. When you pay the 777, when that's all over, there's nothing for you to do. Okay. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. You're automatically unsubscribed. Okay. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. Now, next, let's take a look at my homepage and all the information you can find on my homepage. Give me one moment, okay? Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, I'm just talking in our internal Slack. Just give me one. I got to do a couple of things here before I talk about my homepage. In fact, you know what? I'll do this later. Let's talk about my homepage now. So, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So, if you want to take out a subscription right now, Barry15, that is a promo code you can use. You will get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, starting off with your download and install, the first startup and login, scrolling down important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay. So, it is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. So, but we're trying to make it fairly simple here. 10 short videos to get you rolling. Okay. If you're brand new to Trading 101, I think Michael Noss is back from his baby leave. So I think he's going to be in our YouTube room today. So he put this together, Trading 101. It's a series of videos. It's all free. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at these videos. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. There was no trade of the week this week. Steve suggested staying in cash. These are designed for longer term holds. Education section is here, but before I leave this page, If you're going to take out a subscription at any point in time, please use my promo code, whatever code it is. Right now it's Barry15. Okay. Why? This will help to keep this room free. When people take out a subscription using my promo code, the room gets credit for it, and that really helps to keep this room free. It's that simple. So if you're going to take out a subscription in the future, just use my code. It's that simple. Okay. Now, education section is here. And here's our user guide. Great user guide. Most of the main sections you'll see here. This is the getting started again. I would take a look at an alert window, topless window, a little more detail about what they're all about. If you're into stock racing, right there. Price alerts, you see me putting price alerts on charts all the time. I use them all the time. But like any other software program and a guide, there's a lot in the guide. You do not have to learn everything. Okay. So don't think that if you're looking at all this thinking, man, this is way too complicated. How am I possibly going to learn everything? Well, you don't have to. It's that simple. You don't have to. Okay. If you've clicked on my homepage link and you're either part of this contest or the test drive, or you are a subscriber and you want my scans, here they are. Center section. So scroll down till you see the scan section. And here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. This scan you see here really is more or less an extension of what this pre-market actives up is, okay? These are still the very, very strong, yeah, the strong stocks. I mean, the stocks that have really moved the most, okay? And so this screen that you see here, the relative strength leaders from the close, is in essence just this one, the actives up, and as an extension once the market opens. Pulse resumes, super, whoa, here's my, I got out of it yesterday. I'm kind of disappointed. I was hoping we get a big run, kind of like the MNDR, but not even close. So there's the Halts resumes, guys. Very active today. But I am sharing other scans. Some of them I have on my other monitor. Here is the breakouts. Okay, the 10-day daily breakouts, the don't repeat version, and then the repeat version beside it. So why don't repeat? Because I can go back in time and I can say, okay, when was the first alert, for instance, for NIVF? Well, it was at 10:30. The price was 2. Over here, every time it makes a new high, I'll see it. There it is at 222. So I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, what did it do from that first alert? And the same thing on the way down. So there's WRB. First alert was at 78.83. Hasn't moved. And then the combo scan right there. Only one alert today. We should start to get a lot more. I don't want a lot more. I want, maybe max 10 for the day. But as we get into earnings season, we'll start to see a lot more in that scan, I think. What triggered here? So NCI just opened. Sorry, guys, I'm going to have to get rid of this. So what happened? NCI just opened. So it's a little bit over the IPO price, a little bit. And it just got halted. This is like the MFI yesterday, guys. Okay, so there it is. There's your structure. Very low number of shares put out there, 2.3 million. The IPO was at 4, so we can see it's at 479 now. So there's a little bit of enthusiasm. More importantly, where could it possibly open when it opens? And this time and sales is going to tell us. Okay, so this is time and sales. This blue screen you see here that I'm shaking all around, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So there's the halt price. There's the symbol. There's the halt price at 479. Now, you don't see it here. This is a bit of William, did you now you would have yeah, it did it meet your didn't meet your filter requirements maybe? Well, the problem I've got is for some reason the server that I'm on, if a stock resumes now resume, this let me explain this. Every now and then, I would say maybe 90% of the time, if a stock is an IPO, it shows up as a resume the first day, okay? Not all the time. I would say maybe 90% of the time. So that's why it shows up as a resume. But if it gets halted within a minute, maybe 30 seconds of it resuming, I don't get the halt. Now I can see it here, and that's because of some server that I'm on at Trade Ideas. Because some others who have exactly the same scan, they do see it. Anyway, bottom line is this: here's the halt at 479. Usually there are 5-minute halts. So let me suggest it got halted at around 10:45 plus 30 seconds. So this could open in maybe 2.5 minutes if it is a 5-minute halt. Okay. And this is not what you want to see. You'd like to see a price above the current halt price in this column here. This is giving us a bit of a clue where it may open. You notice though that the price is changing. It's not set in stone. Yes. Yes, Barbara. I just short formed it, okay? Instead of adding the from the close percent, it is exactly the same, yes. Well, you know what, Oliver? It's sort of like if you're into sports at all, you know how in the NFL or probably in the NBA and hockey, the same. Coaches have challenges, right? But you've got to use them judiciously. Are you going to some guy gains a yard and you think, I don't like that spot. I think he only gained half a yard. Are you going to use a challenge on that? Of course not. So the same thing now. When are you going to take some of these? Do you wait? If you only have 3 times to trade it in the course of the day, do you wait for it to make even a bigger move if you want to short it? If that makes sense. A little bit of, it's a little bit of strategy. Makes you guys think a little bit more. So, now this does not look good, guys. I mean, for this to, have to see how this opens. Could open in about a minute. Okay. What I would have loved to have seen happen is for it to maybe open above the 479 and then briefly come down below 479 and then get through 479 again. And that's when I would have taken the trade. But it doesn't look like it's going to do that. But keep it here. Now, of course, this could change. Could get right back over. I mean, this is not a guarantee it's going to open here. Okay, so you see it just opened and yeah, so it opened underneath. Yeah, this is way too erratic right now for me. So I'm going to just forget about it for now. For the purpose of the contest, you can't do it. How they're monitoring it, I don't know. And we're talking round trips. Okay, so in other words, if I bought NCI right now, bought it right now, moves up to 460, I sell it. Later on, I buy it at 480, moves up to 510, I sell it. Round trips, okay, getting so I guess Oliver, the thing is that unless you get out of the entire position, it doesn't count as a round trip, I guess. Is that what Steve said? So whoa, here we go, guys. Here's our leaderboard now. So you see Mr. G has closed the gap on Andre, 45,000. So remember, Andre had a pretty substantial lead for a while, but Mr. G and Oliver is still hanging in third place, whereas Brian is still there and Blaine is still there. These are Oliver, Blaine, and Brian are three that I know that are in the room. So that's who I'm pulling for. Nothing against Andre, but like having a horse race. One of your horses is leading. Okay, guys. So the event, GL. Let's not forget about it. GL. In fact, what I'm going to do is put a little price alert down here. Remember, the conference call starts at, in theory, it starts in about 8 minutes, 11 o'clock Eastern time. When they released earnings, now they're going to discuss. But I think a lot of focus is going to be what Fuzzy Panda said here and just see what they say. I mean, I don't know what they're going to say. Maybe they'll say nothing. I don't know. But I'm bracketing right now to see where it may go. Personally, I don't, Mark. No, Dwayne, you're misunderstanding. We're talking about round trips of the same stock. You can have as many you can trade as many different stocks as you want. Okay, Dwayne? But that's just me, Mark. Okay, so GL just took this out here ahead of the call. That's just me. I don't use trailing stops, okay? But there are a lot of people that do. All right. So I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm sure there are people who say, "Oh, I use trailing stops all the time," and in fact, you have to trade at least 10 different stocks, Dwayne. Okay. Trailing stops, if I were in, I'm usually not in more than two trades at a time. Okay. But if I were in, 10 trades at the same time, which I don't recommend, but okay, if that's, then I would have to do something like maybe trailing stops, things like that. But I like to manage. I can see what's happening on my chart. I like to manage where I want to take some profit, where I get out, things like that. But it's not that hard to do when you're only in no more than two trades at a time. All right. Well, first of all, let's talk a little bit about trade ideas too. I mean, I know we have new people. So we are a scanner, okay? That is what we're really, really excellent at doing is scanning. And there is a difference between screening and scanning. We do we do screen, of course. So let me explain. So this is one that I'm sharing, Momentum Scan. I am sharing my homepage. So if I right click on this is an alert window. If I right click on it, click on configure, and I click on summary. So this is the screening aspect of the scan. So these are all what we call ands. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This is time of day sensitive. And the volume, I'm not going, I don't have to go through them all. This is just sort of showing you how you can build a scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal and. So all these values, these filter values have to be met. If they are, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. So the last time that happened was just a second ago. RVYL at 10:56 plus 14 seconds just made a new high of the day at 161, and it satisfied all these filter, okay? All these filters. So that is what we were excellent at, okay? Real-time alert. These are all real-time alerts. Now, if you like this scan the way it is, you can of course have it, but you may want to like there might be something about it you don't like. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you want something else. Maybe when if you get used to using trade ideas, maybe there's a filter that you'd like to add or take one of these out. That is completely up to you. This is just what I like to see, okay? Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Now, again, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. Just go to my homepage. I'm sharing a lot of my scans. Also, if you click on new from our toolbar and click on dock channel bar, you will see we have a lot of theme-based channels, and there are a lot of scans there also. So there might be something there. So if you don't want to, build a scan from scratch, it's possible you will be able to find some scan that is reasonable to you that you could then make some adjustments to. Again, maybe a price range, things like that. Now, if you want to build your own scan, though, of course you can. This time I'll click on search. So the same thing I said about our user guide. Do not get hung up on all that you're going to see here. Right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of other ones. Okay, I'm scrolling down. These are all a lot of our other real-time alerts. And if I scroll down and I see these icons, these are our filters. You don't have to learn them all, okay? Don't look at this and go, well, this is way too complicated. How can I possibly learn all these? You don't have to. I only use the new high and the new low of the day as an example and just a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean the ones that I'm not using are bad. It just means that all I need for my style of trading is, the new high and the low of the day and a few filters. That's it. But your style of trading, and this leads me into the segue into this, is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and all these different screeners, filters to satisfy all the different trading styles that there are out there. Okay. But you don't have to learn them all. Now, guys, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. Okay. Take a look at our RVYL just out of curiosity. Guys, I am resurrecting a scan that I haven't been using for quite a while, but I'm resurrecting this one. It's on my homepage, okay? And it's the gap continuation or reversal scan, okay? I I'm wanting to take a look at this and just let me explain. Now, this is the don't repeat version, okay? This will only show me now on my homepage. I think it is the repeating version. So you will get, let me explain. So again, click on my homepage link and scroll down and here this scan section. Yeah, so this gap continuation to reverse, this is not the you're going to see the stocks over and over again. I just want to see them one time, okay? And this is the don't repeat, and I'll explain this, but what this is looking for. So you can see pen gap up and reverse, okay, as an example. I clicked on it, it gapped up and now it's reversing. And the reason I'm resurrecting it is because in during earnings season, we'll probably get a lot of stocks that could look a lot like this. Let's see if let's take a look at Cenex as an example. Yeah, not as wild. This is the reverse. This is a gap down and reversal. Okay. So that is there are four scans in here. The gap up and reverse. Okay. Gap up and reverse. That means the stock gapped up and now it's reversing. The gap down and go. That meant it gapped down and when we got this alert, it was still continuing down. Okay. And this is how these are color coded. Gap down and reverse means a gap down and then it started to reverse. Okay. And then the last one, the gap up and go, meant it gapped up and it kept going. So if you're into reversal type plays, you don't have to have, for instance, these are the strategies. Okay. So if you're into reversal type plays, then, maybe you could uncheck the gap up and go and the gap down and go. If you just want to see stocks that, and, maybe all you care about too are stocks that gap down and then reversed. So there are four strategies in here. I've got them all checked right now, but hopefully I've explained what these mean. So it makes sense. Now let's take a look. Wow, here we go. This is what I'm talking about, guys. So here's Mr. G. Mr. G has taken over from Andre K. Oliver is still hanging in third place. Okay. And there's Blaine and oh, Brian dropped off the leaderboard. Come on, Brian. Okay. And Mr. G has only done three trades, three total trades. That's it. I don't know if it's the same stock three times, but and you can see, and this is the open trade. So if you really expand this, so this is saying that right now, Mr. G is closed out of all its positions. Okay. Whereas Andre is still in two open ones. Oliver is out of all his positions. Whoa, GL, I forgot to look. After all of that, my talking about what are they saying? Anybody listening to what they're saying? Oh, that's why. Okay, did not trigger the high. Anybody listening to what they're saying? Right. Okay, Pepe, I got you. Yes, of course, because you have to trade at least three different or 10 different stocks. Well, guys, whatever they're saying, the market is liking it. Whatever they're saying right now, anyway. Okay. I'm talking about GL. Okay. And without this fuzzy panda stuff, I mean, who knows where this might have gone because this is what Global Life jumps after raising annual profit forecast. So that's the other one. So they're guiding. Now, here's Jeffrey saying they're a bit surprised by the raised outlook, given their view that GL may see higher expenses ahead due to legal fees tied with a short report rebuttal. Well, we'll see. Okay, so this is what they're saying here. The company did not address the Fuzzy Panda short report in its earnings release. So is anybody listening to this by any chance? Not me, but I mean to their conference call? Are they actually? Because it'd be great to know if they're actually talking about it. Because remember, usually these are Usually they accept calls, right? Or they say like whoever's listening has a chance to ask a question, and of course somebody would ask this. So I don't know. Maybe they're saying no comment, or we can't comment on it yet. I don't know. Meanwhile, this is one I've completely and utterly missed is the NIVF. Because right there was your buy right there. One well potential buy when it took out yesterday's high. And look at this now. Look at this now over here. Well, this is how I get the leaderboard, Sayed. In our YouTube room is asked how do we get the leaderboard? So I click on new and then channel bar, and from there the portfolio master challenge. Okay, and when you do that, depends how many monitors you got, but you have. This is what should pop up. Okay, it popped up on my other monitor. There it is. Now sometimes people say I don't see it, and it could be tucked in behind. Okay, behind. And then you can close this down. You don't have to have this up and running. Okay. And now that's what I do. I've got this on my other monitor, and that's why I flash it every now and then. Andre K coming back. Whoops. Yeah, Jay, I do apologize. I don't know why that new build is giving so many problems. Yeah, I know, Jay. That is the hassle. I understand completely. Oh man, oh man, oh man. This was an awesome one when it broke. Really, guys. I mean, when it broke. When you say you have $0, you mean so when you say $0, when you go, are you talking about here, Jason, and it says you have $0? Please, okay, good. The cashola, because it should say if you go to order accounts, sorry, go to accounts, it should say $100,000 in the accounts. If you click on the accounts tab, it should say 100,000 that you have eligible. If you don't, I have no explanation. You're going to have to maybe just reload Brokerage Plus several times. I had to do the same thing because I didn't even have cashola. You apologize for this. The last four challenges went without a hitch in this regard, so I don't understand what is going on. But I just had to reload Brokerage Plus several times. So can you do that for me though? If you click on accounts, are you at least getting like the cashola, which is the account you have to be in? Oh, now GL is taking a hit. Now GL is starting to take a hit, guys. So maybe now they're asking questions. I mean, this got as high as 72, and maybe now I, sh- I should have listened myself. And also, that seems to be affecting PRI a little bit. Okay, PRI a little bit. You see, this is what I was talking about. Taking NIVF right on that break of yesterday. Now, if I want to get out of the trade, I'm just going to flatten it because to me, it's coming into a resistance area. I'm not part of the contest, guys. I'm just wanted to demonstrate. They gave the proverbial no comment. Okay. Were you listening, Shady? I'm assuming you listened. Okay, thanks. Well, I thought they may do that or say something like no comment until our I don't know, but that's not what people want to hear. It's what you want to hear. I know that, but so Barbara, what was the question? Best scan. I don't know if there's a best scan. Well, okay. If okay, I don't know if again, I hate to say best scan, okay, but you can see stocks that are making new, say, 5-minute highs. Okay. So in this one, okay. So this is the new high of the day, right? So if I do a search though, let's see if I could just type in high. Okay, 5-minute. Let me go 5-minute. So here's a 5-minute high as an example. Okay. Moving right now, it's a 5-minute high. Doesn't have to be a high of the day as an example. So you could take that momentum scan and instead of new high of the day, put a 5-minute high as an example. I have no idea what you're going to get. I don't know, if they're going to be excellent or not, but or a 15-minute high. So these are stocks that don't necessarily have to be at the high of the day. Of course, it's just making a new 5-minute high. Maybe they continue. Does that make sense? So I don't have a scan like that, but that's the filter or the alert that you could use. So you could, if you wanted to, you could take my momentum scan and just substitute, a new 5-minute high for the new high of the day, as an example. Oh boy, after the new update, can you plot two support lines on the chart? So when you say support lines, what do you mean by that, SS, exactly? See, I'm not on that build, okay? I am on a development build. So so what do you mean by a support? line? You're talking about properties? Are you talking, I'm sorry, markup? Are you talking about a trend line? Okay, so here's a horizontal line. So, okay, so markup, horizontal line. So there's one. Okay, go to another, and I'm scrolling down. Make sure I scroll down a bit. Right click. So this is what you're talking about, markup, horizontal line. So now I've got a couple. You're saying you can't do it? And I'll go to these are our HTML charts. So let me make sure I can do it here too. And what is this taking? Oh, I see what happens. It's oh, okay. I see. I forgot. You can control what the line looks like. This is a dotted red line. Okay. So you're talking about this little pencil? The okay, you're talking about this, and this explodes out, and then you can make it even bigger, I guess, or more options. I don't use this at all. So what are you saying? So if I don't, okay, so there it is. There's one. Okay. How do I get out of it? I don't use these at all, as you can tell. Okay. So there's one. Ooh, this is cumbersome. Ah, I see. So are you saying that now when I click on it, it doesn't, because I've already got one, I can't do another one? Is that what you're trying to say? Well, let me do something here. And could you before? Man, how does this? I'm probably not going to be able to help SS. Okay. I mean, if you can't do it, if you obviously have done this before, I would suggest info at trade-ideas.com. I mean, I don't know. There's no magic bullet for me to tell you, yeah, just do this. The older version you can. Okay. Boy, oh boy, I can't even, I don't use this at all. So I think what they're doing is they're going to give you the ability to go back to a previous version. So SS, if what you're talking about is, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, okay, guys. If you're talking about you could do it in a previous version and now you can on this version, um, maybe just info at trade-ideas.com and see if you can get the previous version if they can give it to you. Because I do, we seem to be running into some difficulties with this new build or this new version. Well, you see, what we were trying to do, you heard me all the time talking about, I wanted to get the tree maps in. And so that I didn't have to keep telling people, well, if you don't have the tree maps, you have to download the latest beta, et cetera, et cetera. And I thought, okay, once they put the tree maps in that latest production version, and then they give it as a production version, that would solve everything. Evidently, that does not solve things. So I almost feel like it's my fault because I was pushing for them to create a production version that had these tree maps in there. Okay, Renee. On some charts, I see the blue line for the expected target the stock could hit. I would not pay any attention to that. Okay, the reason, but let me. So if I right click on a this chart here, if I right click and go to properties, well, okay, I do see the the smart risk levels. Okay, so what this means now, if you don't see it here, that means you just have to right click properties and check show smart risk levels. Okay. Okay. So if you don't see it on another chart, that's all you have to do. Right click and go to properties and then show smart risk levels. I have it here. And all the smart risk level is if I click on an alert. Let me click on CMAX as an example. So they're saying if you took the trade right now at 359, there is a suggested stop right there, 328. Okay, that little dotted red line, that is a suggested stop. Now, the profit target is just double. Okay, the difference between if you got into this at 359, let's make the math super simple. Let's say that stop was at 329. Okay, so that would be 30 cents away. You just double, you would just add 60 cents to that, and that gives you your profit area. Okay. I wouldn't pay any attention to it, to be honest. Because if the stock is moving and moving and moving, because it's not based on anything. At least the stop is based on some math. Okay. It takes the high and lows of the volatility of 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day, and it feeds that into our system and it generates a stop that you can potentially use. Just to double, all they're saying though is that, okay, do you have a reasonable expectation of getting up to this, which is a one for two? Risking, in this case, risking 30 cents to make 60. Then that would be up to you. All right, guys, let's take a look at our leaderboard again. So we do have, again, a new leader. This was the last time also. Mr. G taking over from Andre K. Andre K was leading most of the day, but he has fallen into second place right now. Oliver is still hanging around. And in case you think, oh, that's way like how can you possibly make up $40,000? Easy. You get one trade that goes crazy. Blaine is still hanging in here. Now I don't know. This could be Andy. Andy is in our Andy. I know Andy was in the last contest. I'm on a development version now. Pepe gave this. This is the. Just give me a moment. Pepe put a link in for. So if you want to go back a version, thank you, Pepe, as always. Okay. Okay. I'm on a development version SS. Okay. It's 3 or 4 ahead of whatever anybody else is on. Squid, you are, so that's you, Squid. You're newbie. Squid in our YouTube room is responding. So that's you. Okay. Oh, Trevor. Well, you said okay, so it's fifth. You said six, but okay, now you're fifth. Okay, so we've got Trevor, we've got Oliver, and we've got Blaine from our YouTube and main room, who are in the top 10. Well, they were at the end of every month. Okay, now we didn't do last month because we were trying to make sure that we could have people who are using an Apple or a Mac or a tablet, how they could actually enter the contest by doing simulation trading. Because until and we found a way. I hope it's working for those of you who are using it in our web on our web page homepage or the web version of our product. Because before, the only way you could be in the contest is by using this window called Brokers Plus, and that meant you had to be using our downloadable application. So if you had a Mac, you couldn't do it unless you were prepared to use an emulation program like Parallels. But if you had a tablet, you couldn't do it. So they decided not to have the contest last month because they were hoping that they could find a way to give, I call it B plus light, so that this is available now in simulation format if you're using a Mac or a tablet. So I think going forward, probably, I don't know for sure, but we may go back to having them every month because that's what we did. We're having them every month. I think we had four straight, and then we didn't have then we just stopped in March. Now look at GL right back, right back. Not B plus. No, there is a no. I call it B plus light. Okay, you can't trade. You can take simulation trades. Okay, it's a version. It's a very very light version. I probably shouldn't have called it B plus. There is now a way in which you can take real time simulation trading on in the web. Okay, in our web based version. That's really what I should say. I've just been calling it B plus light because you cannot place real trade. You cannot link to your account or anything to make a place a real trade. So it's just for simulation trading, and it doesn't look like the B plus window or anything like that. So I should stop calling it that. Okay. Well, see what it looks like. So here is the challenge. So if I type in MSFT, okay. So when I type in MSFT, example, this little button, this pops up. So here's how I can. Of course, I'd have to pick the Cashola PMC, and now I can pick how I want to trade it. It's a little more cumbersome, I think, than obviously B plus. Okay, but if I click on Portfolio Master Challenge, and of course you can pick things from here, or you can pick Any like a any if you pick something from a top list or let me go stock momentum. Well, if I c- here, let me pick stock momentum or top list. Just because I think if you click on an alert, yeah, if I click on an alert, this box pops up. Oh, I see. It's on the website. I'm sorry. Yeah, on the website, which is what we're, of course, ultimately that's what we want. Ultimately, so it's not bad. I mean, and then when you take a trade, it should show up in the position scope. I was practicing with this one a few days last week, and that's why these are in here still. So the website, not the web. You're absolutely right, not the web version. Well, guys, we got a real horse race now. Look at this, Mr. G and Andre, who has come all the way back, little more than $1,000 now, separating the top two. All right, guys. Wow, 11:34 already. So I will be taking a break between 12 and 1 o'clock. I think I'm going to just confirm Michael is back from his baby break. His wife had a baby, so you can congratulate him on that if you want. Boy, well, I don't know. GL, I mean, maybe they said no comment, but look at this. I mean, this just actually ripped up again. So I'm sure it must be over by now. I mean, it's 35 minutes in. It must be over by now. Law firm Wilmer Hale hired to review the short seller assertions. Okay. I do see this. My size. Boy, I see this is showing up in the momentum scan. My size. So a reverse split today. Look at all these. Remember these companies, they were flying, but then they just remember a reverse split. So what is the ratio? Draw off the top of your head. Do you know what the ratio is? I could click on it. It just loads into a thank you very much, 1 for 8. So not a huge one. Yeah. So really, because we had the float. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong one. Wrong one. So you've adjusted 1 for 8. So you've adjusted, divided whatever float we may have, which is yeah, divide that by 8, you get 600,000. Yes. Still was a low float before, crazy low now. Surprised it's not halted. All right, NCI. All I'm going to do with you is put an alert, price alert at the high of the day, which is 480, to see if it can takes out the high of the day later on, but not a good one. So is the word was, is that the key word, Casa? Warren Buffett was investing in this company, GL, was investing 100,000. Yeah, just 100,000, Don. Okay, so there's no margin that you're not getting 400,000 buying power. 100,000 total. Question was, what is the buying power for the contest? $100,000. Okay. Okay, so Trevor. Okay, Trevor. Yeah, so you can only trade the same stock 3 times a day. So tomorrow you can do the same thing with that stock, and on Thursday. Okay. Now that is round trips. So I guess it's been explained that I don't know. Maybe that's a way to get around it. I don't want to get into it. I mean, you look, but so if, for instance, if you wanted to trade NCI today 3 times, you could trade it tomorrow 3 times. You could trade it on Thursday 3 times. Okay. Okay. There is a Chris in the support questions. If you're having problems, okay, head over to the support questions tab. Okay, in main room. And if you feel so compelled to do it, as Chris is saying, it would really help us to find out why this is happening. So go to the support questions, and you'll see Chris V at Chris Varley at Trade Ideas. He's just posted something. Okay, look at PR guys, PRI. Sorry, PRI. It has come. I mean, it was sort of following GL. Aha! Mr. G has expanded his lead now. Okay, remember they were a nip and tuck. I had a thumbnail, John, just because some short seller came out on this day. Okay, sort of not the same short seller that slammed GL, but another short seller came out on this day and slammed, and it got slammed down to 184. But then there was a big recovery. So I had this thumbnailed. Okay. Well, I had it in a small chart, like over here. Okay, wherever it is, PRI, right there, small chart. That's what we call a thumbnail on my other monitor. I have some stocks, especially the ones that maybe were active in the pre-market. Want to keep an eye on them. Okay, guys, I'm going to really pay attention now to the gap continuation or reversal scan a little bit more. Okay, I sort of abandoned it. I used to use it all the time, but I sort of abandoned it maybe a year now. I don't want to get overwhelmed by the number of scans I've got. All right, guys, 11:45. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. There's a lot of internal discussions happening, so I'm just concentrating on a few things. So, how did this TRSG? I'm really disappointed in this one. I was hoping this one might do a mini MNDR, but not even close. Did okay. I held it over the weekend, and I did okay on it, but certainly I was hoping it might do this MN might have a little bit of a move because it was another Singaporean stock, but not even close. Oh, that was the one that I was couldn't get. Yeah, I could not get it where I wanted to. The LKQ, that was from the combo scan. Now it's coming into like 4150. Maybe that holds it. This is an earnings play. All right, there's your my size, MYSZ popping after coming out of the halt. Crazy. It's a reverse split today, and it's never, ever, ever used to happen. But we're in a You cannot trade. No, we don't scan for options, John. So no, we just stocks. We don't do forex. We don't do futures. No options. Just stocks. This has been kind of sneaky. This one, guys. It's IBRX. IBRX is from our AI, and it's a like a was a big drop. Big drop. So it sort of, yeah, found the bottom actually, because the alert was at 495. It got down to 483, so it kind of found the bottom. And nice move off the bottom. This is from our AI, IBRX. So they actually had some news. Now, the interesting thing is that it had a big drop. So they had some news. FDA approved the company's bladder cancer therapy. So they approved it. Now, how much money can they make? I guess I don't know, but initially reaction was really good. You mean how do you take trades for? You have to go here. Okay, here meaning time is it now? 11:50. Okay, so you go to our go to our homepage. Okay, and then I click on my trade ideas. So go to our homepage, and then right there, there's the Portfolio Master Challenge. So if I wanted to trade this OPRT as an example, as it's running, it'll pop in. It'll pop right in here. Okay, and then make sure you're in the Cashola PMC. Okay, in the right account, and then you just trade it. Okay, that's an easy way to do it when you see a ticker you want to trade. And you can also go to like stock momentum. Well, click on this HRTX, and again, it shows up. Just have to look for the pop up. Okay, and then as you take trades, they should show up in the position scope. Okay, I mean it's not as okay, or maybe not. Maybe I don't understand. Maybe it's no, in the position scope. Yes. I mean, it's not as, easy as I'll say as using Brokers Plus, but it can be done. Okay. Well, when you say enter the contest, I mean you have to enter the contest by clicking on the link, but how to take trades is as I explained. So again, here is the link to enter the actual contest itself. And then you would go to our homepage. Okay. So there's the link for the contest itself. Hello, Luca. So we still have, it's basically been a two person show right now with Mr. G and Andre. Nobody else has really yet been able to like get into this gap. But again, guys, just remember these names right now and see if they're still even on the in the top 10 Thursday afternoon. I'm not saying they're not going to be. Don't get me wrong, but oh, I'm sure it is, William. Okay, guys, 11:53. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in. And I think Michael hasn't got back to me yet, but I think Michael will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 while I take my break. Somebody will be. Look at GL, guys. I mean, wouldn't that be amazing if it got all the way back to 97? All right, I just had a confirmation. So it will be Michael in about 5 minutes in our YouTube room. So what I'm going to do, he might show up a little early. So what I want to do is just put my announcement up here. Okay, now I'm not gone yet, obviously. Shim, Shim. All right. Well, at least it's above the IPO price. Okay, that's about the best we can say for NCI right now. It's above the IPO price of 4. If it does take out this 480 later on in the day, it may get running. Meanwhile, I haven't looked at the market for a while, so we're still hanging in there, guys. No giant red bars yet to wipe everything out. So that 500 mark is still being reasonably defended. So if we start to get some decent earnings plays from some of the big guys, you never know. All right, what I want to do now is take a look at some of these ones. Well, I'll be on a break in about 2 minutes or so, but in the afternoon, I want to see if there's anything that is kind of showing up that we really hadn't seen earlier on in the day, something that starts to sneak in. Well, that's interesting that ACB is making a new high. How about the rest of them? How about CGC? I'm talking about the cannabis stocks because someone. No, okay, there's interesting because they're talking about how it's very unlikely that this year, you guys meaning your U.S. government is going to give the okay to reschedule the cannabis, but That was the news I saw this morning, but I guess it didn't matter. Oh, to be a seer and know what the market's going to do. So here we are, guys. SEER. So now, to me, that's coming into a lot of resistance right around the 2 area. SEER showed up in the momentum scan. And pretty ugly looking weekly chart. Up, down. Lots of All right, guys. Again, I'll be taking my break any moment now. Boy, look at that GL. That's an impressive, when you look at it a few days ago, well, April 10th, April 11th, $38 stock, so almost a double from there.
Hello, Barry.
Hello, Michael. All right, guys, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, Michael is in our YouTube room now. Let me just put the YouTube link in again. I didn't even hear a little pop that you showed up. Just give me a moment, Michael. I'll just put the YouTube link in.
Sure thing.
All right, guys. So Michael is in our YouTube room right now. I've put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and listen to Michael. And I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And just to introduce the proud papa himself, Mr. Michael Noss is taking over for me for the 1 hour from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. How are you, Michael? How's your sleep deprivation going?
I was about to say I'm doing okay, but very, very tired. But
Very tired. Okay.
To be expected.
Well, you should have recorded this or something and just not take any questions. Just record.
Yeah, that would have been real smart. But
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how the brain works. I've got
Yeah.
a Monster Energy drink. I'm sure that'll kick me into gear.
Oh yeah, and then the big drop afterwards. But as long as you get through the hour.
Exactly.
All right, my friend. Well, again, congratulations and all, and we'll see you in about an hour.
Awesome. Well,
Okay,
thank you very much. Have a good one.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for those who are new here, as always, we're giving Barry some much needed time off, opening the room to some live Q&A as we chat through the markets. And as Barry said, I was actually been away from the markets for about 2 weeks, so I have a lot of catch up work to see what was going on. It looks like the moment I left, everything kind of fell apart a little bit. That might be a little bit of a strong statement, but it looks like we are certainly down. So let's do some work in the meantime to figure it out. Looks like a nice jump today. But yeah, so we'll be ask away. Ask the more questions you have, the less you'll have to witness me doing my homework, which again, I've been away for a few weeks. Thank you for the congratulations, David. I think Charlie's a little bit too young to be jealous. He's just turned 2 like last week, so he doesn't really get what's going on, which is probably a good thing in the long run. Man, we have some people going at it already for the contest here. I love when the contest is going on because I really do like this dashboard. It's also a channel in the downloaded app that just tells you what everyone's trading. Because I don't know, it takes a lot of the work out of things because people are going to do whatever to find kind of what's happening. So yeah, it ends up doing that. They do the work for you, and you just kind of you hang out, right? Well, thank you for everyone in the chat. Everyone's very kind. Will I be doing those short videos? Absolutely. For the, are you talking about the wrap ups for the tournament? Yeah, I'll be starting those tonight because today will be day one of the tournament. So pay, if you don't know what we're talking about, there is at the end of every evening when a tournament's going on. I kind of give a play by play, and I say, this is who's winning and um, where that kind of resides. Oh, there's me. Oh, I forgot that we do this now. If you scroll down, it'll actually show you where you are. I took one trade today on Blink because it was kind of popping up, and I liked the short float of 20%, but I was currently sitting down on that one. But yeah, so I just do a little short video and I say, hey, here's who winning, and this is what everyone was trading that day, and that will get emailed out to everybody. But um, so we'll see. So that's the only shot I took. Basically, the theory was, I put the whole 100,000 into it, but the idea was simply we have right here big support on Blink. If we go back and kind of this 5-year chart, you can see it getting hammered and really all the way back to where it was before this insanity. So, most of the juice is out of the squeeze, unless it's going to go bankrupt, which, it definitely could. Looks like Fisker is going bankrupt. AMC is getting very close to threatening that. Bed Bath and Beyond we had go bankrupt. So this one could go bankrupt, certainly, but it seems like a good place to kind of take a shot. So I haven't done anything with real money with this one. I'd want to see a little bit more strength first, but it's these trades can be fun because the risk reward on them is great. I don't think the probability of being right on something like this is super high because you're fighting this massive trend. But I figured I bought some, I think, like 230. Oh, we don't have to think. We can go over the position scope. 245. So I had this CX AI trade too that I took. I just got it flat on that one. And then I saw this blink. But yeah, so I took 245 was my entry. You can see it right here. And the idea is I'll put my stop under yesterday's low. And we can actually do that right now. We can go and we can let's open up the little trade ticket. Again, if you're new, we actually have this stuff, or if you're not new, you just weren't here for this, we actually have this stuff up on the web now. So I'm going to put in a stop order, and I'm going to make this, what's the low of that candle? At 218. So 218, I'm going to put a stop to sell, and let's make that good for a week. And for 36,883 shares, a lot of shares. And then we'll just pop that order out there. And just looking for a little bit of short squeeze. I noticed there was some movement in some of the short squeeze plays. Upstart was actually a tweet that I made, popping up a little bit. And I'm just looking at this downtrend here in Upstart. If we go from there to, let's do that again. Go from the top of that wick to the top of that wick. You can see we broke that a long time ago. But then if we kind of go down a little bit more and say the top of that wick, at least this morning, it looked like we were breaking out of this potential downtrend. This one has a 37% short float. That's a pretty wild. It's a pretty wild short float on that one. So that was a basic idea on this one: is give me something with a wild short float that is at a potential area of support. Take a shot there. Again, they are low. Probability of profit would be low because you're fighting a wicked trend. But you get involved at, say, 24 and your stops at 21, so you're risking $3, and it could get to 34 is just right here pretty easily. So you're risking 3 for 10. So 3 times your money, do that all day long. For me, that is the holy grail of trading, is find a couple different strategies that work in different markets, and then massive risk reward, and over time things kind of work out. So again, so thank you, Circle, and thank you, Martha. Yeah, it was a good 2 weeks off, but it certainly wasn't a restful 2 weeks off. I feel like I need a vacation from my little vacation, but again, as to be expected, those first couple weeks are rough. So let's do a little homework, right? So the market has been selling pretty dramatically. A tweet that I put out on the, let's do weekly chart. So tweet I put out while I was just on vacation, just kind of messing around, was this anchored VWAP from this kind of pullback that we had here at the end of the year. You could also say this was the start of the year anchored VWAP around here. So the year to date anchored VWAP, which is an important one. And we had a pretty big sell to that area. So could be an area to watch. This could just be a little V recovery, or what's probably more likely is that we're going to be range trapped for a bit here. The Luis Yamada, who is a titan, she is a titan of our industry. She was trading for, or technical analyst for many years, probably 30-40 years now. One of her biggest things is always just the biggest drop. The bigger the drop, the longer the need for repair. And in most cases that happened. And it's not like this was a huge drop. We can actually do, in case people don't know, we have a drawdown chart. So we just go, let's do drawdown. We'll hit add. So it looks like at our worst here, let's do daily. At our worst, we were down like 6%. Not that, right? That's obviously nothing crazy. Down 6% from 52-week highs, so it's certainly not the end of the world. A lot of people were, I think, trying to think that it was certainly not that, but some repair may be needed, and we may need to chop around for a little bit, which is fine if you kind of have the right strategy. Just means more, looking at revision to the mean plays or support and resistance or something like that, and things like that, as opposed to just breakouts and all that. For me, I'm going to be using kind of the screen you're seeing now, and I'm going to be going through sectors and seeing what's doing the best, what's doing the worst, right? Semiconductors kind of got hit the hardest out of everything. So it looks like this may be a bit of a rotationary play, where if you look at these metals, like the metals and miners, they're actually holding up pretty well. And it's funny, if you do an anchored VWAP from the major swing low here on the metals and miners, it happens right at this tick. So a lot of area here. So this is your gold miners and steel, aluminum, all that kind of stuff. Seems to be interesting, right? You take a look at copper. The pullback was definitely less pronounced in copper as well. So this is technically the copper miners as opposed to just copper. You draw anchored VWAP from this major low, and we're kind of right near there as well. So again, could just be that semiconductors chill out and we move into other stuff. That's certainly perfectly normal. Do I play options with TI strength? No, and the main reason is just I'm not really an options guy. It's on the list of things to learn. And the other thing you just need to keep in mind is that these are slower moving stocks, generally speaking. not always, but generally speaking, TI strength is just looking for solid uptrends, and solid uptrends happen in slower moving names. The pop 250% and then tank. That doesn't generally happen in established and profitable names. That generally happens in fly by night type companies. I think I saw Pixie on the. This has a history of these insane pops that are nearly doubles and then just kind of falls apart. And you can see the same thing with like AMC or any of the meme stocks, right? A history of this is from 7 to 11 and then back down, and it's doing a little pop now, and then that's probably gonna continue the trend. Whereas with these, you see they're just solid uptrends. So like General Motors, LFMD, Life Med, these type of names. So the reason I say that is because again, not an options expert, but just knowing that if the trade takes longer to occur, that is something you have to consider with the option, is that you may be paying too much in like a time type of move, right? So LFMD, this looks like a great chart. I like the look of this one. I'm actually planning on buying this one on the close if we hold above this base right here. I love the look of it. If we go into the kind of picture chart and zoom out, you can see this thing has just been a monster all the way from 71 cents to $10. Great giant smiley face, kind of rounding bottom pattern looking right here. So it looks great. And this breakout today is looking fantastic, and it's doing it on 2.7 volume, and it's number 2 on the TI strength rank. So a lot of things that are interesting on this, but the high here is 12. So if I'm buying it at 11 and it may take a couple days to get to 12, I think you just need to price that in and incorporate that if you are planning on doing options, because as I'm sure you know, but some people in the audience may not, options degrade over time, right? So they you buy an option as time goes by, even if the price is slowly moving in your direction, they're going to lose some value. So you just need to make sure that you're buying an option that's far enough out, or the that kind of thing. Oh, and Circle brings up a great point. You have to be very careful when it comes to liquidity of options. Now, something like General Motors will probably have amazing liquidity on options, and same with, I see General Dynamics, and I see Colgate Palmolive. I see these things would have great ones, but something like LFMD, I'm sure the option liquidity is not the best because it's not this giant mega cap type of name. So yeah, be careful. Probably those two things if you're interested in them. Is one, understand these are plays that can take time because you're just trying to grind in a nice solid uptrend, and also that some of them, they're not the most liquid out there. So just kind of keep that in mind. Can we use all the tools during this challenge? Absolutely. You're encouraged to use all of the tools during the challenge. The only rules are, and I can dig them up somewhere, but it's, stocks over $1. You're not allowed to trade the same security more than 3 times each day. And that is to avoid people doing like really high frequency scalping, which we saw in some of the last ones. People would just take the craziest security out there, and they would just be in and out and in and out, in and out like 100 times a day. And, when it comes to real life trading, you're going to get like eaten up by spreads and things like that. So the idea was to make it um, a little bit more consistent like that. So again, three trades per security per day only, and you have to take 10 trade. You have to trade 10 different securities throughout the competition. And the idea behind that is, again, just we don't want. We're trying to balance, I guess, people buying a $1 stock and having that just be lucky and having that double, and then they win, versus the other extreme of that. If you look at this kind of on a spectrum, the other extreme of this is just insane, in and out, in and out, in and out scalping. So the idea is to find a spectrum, a happy medium there, And that's something that, again, we're always playing with as we get better with these competitions. I saw this while I was away, this insanity from $4 to $100. People just going crazy with this stuff. So you help me, the headline news. I have a paid script for Benzinga. I've never linked Benzinga or that, but the external linking tool is just under here, tools and linking, but it's meant to go the other way as opposed to bringing up the chart in trade ideas. It's supposed to send symbols to external charts, right? It's not supposed to bring things into the system. It's supposed to bring things out of the system, if that makes sense, because primarily we are the tool that is used for scanning, and then other people may have charts with their broker or order entry with their broker or something that they like. So bringing stuff in from Benzinga, I don't know if that will be possible, but if it is, it will just be under this external linking tool. I am not too familiar with that because I just don't use it. I find everything that Trade Ideas has is enough. I don't need to. The only time I need to leave the system is if I'm doing something with a security that the system doesn't allow, like crypto or something like that, which I hear we're working on. So also, how do I change the highlight color for the auto highlight? I don't think you can right now. I'll actually ping someone as well, right? I'll ping someone about that. I don't think you can change. I know what you mean, like this color that when it highlights this thing. I don't think you can do that right now, but I'll ping someone, see if that's something that can be looked at. The book you told me was great. Oh, the biggest loser or best loser or something like that wins. Great book. Again, it's nothing that most traders don't already know, which is that the trading is all about taking losses. I mean, that's the end of the day. We all want to focus on the winning side of things because that's the most fun. But trading is all about being able to take that loss quickly. That's like 100% of the game. Being able to move on to something that's not working. And yeah, I just think that book does a really good job of hammering that point home, kind of quantifying it, and saying away you go. Because really, at the end of the day, this algorithm stuff and technical analysis and news and all that, it's never meant to, and it is never going to be insanely accurate. There's just nothing you can do in the market to be right 80, 90, 100% of the time. So the goal is, if I'm only going to be right 50, 60% of the time, then what separates me from other traders who may not be as good? And again, it's just the loss aspect of that, right? How do I take a loss better than everyone else? So NCI. NCI just might not be in the system yet if you're trying to trade it. That might just be the thing. Okay, thanks for the tip. Is there a way to filter out bad spreads in the Market Explorer? Well, no, because we're not talking about spreads when it comes to stocks. Most of the Market Explorer spread, the stocks in the Market Explorer are going to have perfectly fine spreads. What we're talking about is spread on the option side of things. So what I would look for is you can go into your single stock window and you can look at how many options are traded each day. That's a setting that you can put in here. If you want to add a column, you can just put in options traded and see if there's a lot of them. But we don't do a lot of scanning from the option side of things because we focus on the stock side of things. So you just need to, again, make sure. And it's one of those, if the essentially what you're looking for is if there's a lot of stock trading, then there'll also be a lot of option trading, but they're kind of one for one. And by a lot, I mean 10 million shares plus traded that day. So, like, for example, LFMD, I know this would probably be pretty liquid from the option side of things because it's only traded 650,000 shares today. Now, for the purpose of swing trading this thing, buying it and holding it for multiple days in hopes of making good money with that, that's fine, right? If I that's totally enough volume to trade this thing from a swing trading basis. But there's going to be, when there's okayish volume in a stock, there's going to be less than okayish volume in that option, right? So that's why when most people are trading options, they're looking at a lot of the really big guys. They're looking at the S&P 500 names or the Nasdaq 100 names, like the really really big guys, because they need that kind of liquidity. Now, you can trade with less liquid options. You just need to know that they're less liquid, which just means that it's going to be harder to get your price in and to get your price out. And then, of course, the time decay thing. I just assumed you meant buying options, but you could be talking about selling options, which could work as well. You just need to know that that's something I don't do very much, but again, could be something that could be very warranted with this. A lot of people like selling the options as opposed to buying them because, as we know, it's like 85% of all options expire completely worthless. So the name of the book we were talking about was I think it's Best Loser Wins. Yeah. I just think this has nothing to do with trade ideas, but this is just someone was asking for book recommendations last time I was on, and I said I just finished or I just started this one. I just like the idea. I've read many, 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 many trading books, and it was just a good one. It was focuses on the most important thing, which is just understanding that you're taking a hit. I find that traders, myself and traders that I talk to, their trading very much changed when they finally kind of emotionally or mentally understood that there is no way to get really, really insanely accurate kind of thing. Once they stop chasing the I want to be right 100+% of the time, uh, as soon as right that they kind of forget about that and they stop chasing the how do I be more and more accurate and get the bigger and bigger winner and blah blah blah, and just realize they're playing a game of slim probabilities. Then everything became um, much simpler, and for me too, became much better when it came to trading because I'm not I'm no longer chasing the right. Oh, how do I get to an 80% win rate or a 90% win rate or 100% win rate? And I know how do I make sure that I'm the first into this crazy stock that doubled and blah, blah. And it just became, okay, I'm playing a game and the game is to be right 50+% of the time and to uh, try to, when I am right, make way more than I'm wrong. So, we have this LFMD, and I was talking about I was interested in buying this one. So my mind basically just breaks it down of, say we close here at 1080. I like the fact that it's an uptrend. I like the fact that it came from an TI Strength, which is an algorithm. So there's, just some statistical advantage to buying this name. I know that I'm 100% wrong. If we break this low, for me, I'd probably get out on a close under $10. So then I look at it and say, okay, I'm buying it at, let's just make the math easy because again, I'm a new baby and I'm chugging energy drinks. But let's say I buy it at 11, I'm going to stop it at 10. So I'm risking $1 per share. And then I look at it and say, okay, well, is there a chance that I could get to $13, which is $2 a share? If I believe that that is a 50% or more chance based off of the technical pattern And the fact that it's in a great uptrend and the fact that it's in an algorithm, if I think that's a 50% chance, then I'll take the trade. And I will take it small enough that I am totally okay losing 10, even 20 trades in a row. Uh, Again, knowing that just because something has a good probability and good risk reward, I could get in many losing trades in a row, just like I could get in many winning trades in a row. And that's it. That's the entire amount of thought that goes into it. Now, obviously the devil's in the details for which of these I like and which of these I don't, and that just comes from the kind of technical pattern, whether they're breaking out of solid areas. Like MindMed is one that I'm watching, for example, because this was a trade of the week, and it's holding this kind of crazy gap it did, and looks like it might be breaking this downtrend line. So then the mathematics just become exactly the same. If we break this downtrend line, then I'll probably buy some, and I'll be wrong right here. And then I just run that math, looking for that 2-to-1 risk reward. And then knowing eventually, if I can keep that 2-to-1 risk reward going, then great. Okay? Everything's sunshine and puppies. IBRX. Someone's asking about no. Yeah, IBRX. Immunogen Bio. Looks like I was interested. I have this one. This green line means it was a price alert. I like the fact that it's been basing for a long period of time. Looks like it's trying to break out here. This candle makes me think that there was some sort of news. Oh, there's definitely some sort of news today. I'm not in this one. I pretty much cleared the decks when I knew I was taking 2 weeks off there. So I'm not in much right now, to be honest. I'm looking to kind of rebuild right now. But the fact that it's done 13.6 million shares is obviously some sort of news has come out. I don't know what that news is. I'm trying to remember what play I took on this, because I definitely remember the chart. Oh, I think it was an anchored. Was it a bounce off here for an anchored VWAP? I think it was. So yeah, I think I got stopped at this one, break even, maybe on this bar. But obviously something crazy happened because of some news. Let's see. FDA approves Immunogen bladder cancer drug. That seems like a good thing. An FDA approval. Cool. So good for them. They're helping out cancer patients. It's obviously a good thing. But again, I don't interpret the news because I'm not that smart, right? So what I do is I look for what the market's doing in the news. The fact that it's gapped up like this and then sold off is not ideal. If I were to look to get involved in this name, I would probably need to see it take out this day's high. That's the way I'd look at it. And you've got some pretty solid support down here. See where you go. The reason I don't care about the news is because this is a perfect example, right? An FDA approval is a good thing, so you would expect it to go higher. But the fact is that it could be one of those things that the entire world already expected it to get approval. And if the whole world expects something to happen and that thing occurs, often you get, and that's where that old saying, the buy the rumor, sell the news things comes out. So you can do that as well. But yeah, that's just kind of what I think of that technically, right? You've got resistance up here and you got support down here. So unless you want to buy, if it holds this anchored VWAP, unless you want to take a shot at it with a stop there, which I think is perfectly reasonable, you could do that. For me, it's like, okay, we struggled at 420 here or 620 here, and then we struggled at 620 here. So we've hit this 620 area twice and have had problems with it. So I need to see that kind of clear before I'm super interested, right? So Michael, market on close imbalances. What I was talking about. We have some. We have some imbalance. You need to put some filters around it. But if you go and you open up a new alert window and just go to alerts and type in imbalance, we have, is it NYSE? Yeah. So we have the NYSE buy and sell and balances, and you can grab those. We don't have the Nasdaq anymore because they were going to charge insane quantities of money, and not many people honestly use it. That's like a scalper's game. But yeah, if you go to alerts, you type in NYSE, we have the NYSE buy and sell imbalances that you can do there as well. Uh, if it's going to make the high of the day, oh, it's a short. Got it. It's a short play. Um, the Day Trade the World guys, they're using a imbalance locator that's inside their. I think it's called P Pro 8. Their trading software. They have one built into their own trading platform that they use. And because they're a scalping shop, that makes perfect sense. They're looking to take that imbalanced scalp. I should explain for people who don't know essentially what these imbalances are. Is at the end of every day, I believe it's like 15 minutes to the close and then 10 minutes to the close or something like that. The, the options market makers will put out a request if, say, for example, uh, they had to cover off. Someone bought a crap ton of calls on this IBRX. Um, they would need to the market makers always want to be neutral, so ignore the conspiracy theories that you hear about how they're manipulating stock short and blah blah blah. It's all horseshit, right? A market maker's job and how they make money is they're always market neutral, which means they don't generally have a risk of the market going up or down. They're trying to make a spread on certain things, so they'll charge you a little bit more for their option, and then they'll offset that with stock. But if they have a whole lot of stock to offset, and doing so would move the market, there's this kind of auction process that begins at the end of every day, mainly in the end of big options expiry days, but it happens at the end of every day, where they'll go to the market and they'll say, listen, I have to buy 1 million shares of Apple. Will anyone take the other side of that? And the idea is, especially not so much now, but especially before the computerization of the market, is you would see that flash up. You could bring up Apple. You could kind of make a decision on whether or not you think that that's going to be a good trade, knowing that there's someone out there that has to buy 1 million shares worth of Apple, and then you'd punch in and make the trade. Now, it's become less and less lucrative over time because, of course, there's an AI that reads that and interprets that data way faster than you ever could. So it's being used less, but people are still using it slightly. So that's what those imbalances are. Again, because it's such like a very niche scalpy game. We didn't renew the NYC ones. So again, it's a very niche kind of scalpy thing that you have to be able to get into and out of quick, because what will happen is that later on in the day, let's use the 1 million shares of Apple to buy, for example. If 2 million worth of shares agreed to do that trade, then that imbalance can flip and go the other direction. So, it's scalpy games, but generally speaking, I haven't seen much of a massive, incredible move because of imbalances in a long time. But someone was talking about they wanted the TI strength layout. Just remember, I got to get this back because they moved it. But if you go in your channel bar and you go down here to swing picks, not only do you get the scan that I was talking about, but you get access to the weekly email that comes out. So this gets updated. I don't know if Chris is listening, but if you are, thank you. He took over this. Usually it's me. He took over this for the 2 weeks there I was gone. But you get a little bit of market commentary from us, and then you get the 5 symbols that are in the actual scan that we ran the back test on back when we back tested it, right in through here. And then these are the 5 symbols that you can check out as well, right here. And then you have the scan that I showed you just right down below. So that's always in your channel. And I really like using the channel for it. Suggesting that you guys use the channel for it, because it's going to, give you that uh, email, I guess, for lack of better terms. So That's one way I suggest going and grabbing it. I can share my layout. The problem with sharing my layout, which I will do for you guys, is that a lot of this stuff won't come through because uh, um, it is symbol lists, right? So if I go share and save cloud, I'll grab, but you even see it warns me in big red text because these scans right here are all based off of symbol lists that I created for ETFs that I watch. So if you see any weirdness with it, that's why. It's because there's a lot of symbol lists kind of put in there. Yeah, so the top two competitors, it depends on how you define top, but you have the competitors right here. So you could take this and put it kind of literally anywhere you want, and you could see the competitors, and it will show you that. Again, what your definition of top two is going to be different. We generally do it based off of things like volume or something like that. What is the biggest dollar gain I've ever made? GameStop is the first one that comes to mind. I got GameStop during the craziness. So even though I bash on all these things now, I was participating when there were things. And, let's just say this was a big one. This was six figures. I believe it was right here. Yeah, after the craziness. Because you had that first initial pop, and that was absolutely wild. And I ended up buying some put options when it was up here. And the reason for it was just like, this is insane. There's no way. There's no way GameStop's actually going to take over the world. This is an awful company, just like AMC, right? These are, it's a pyramid scheme, right? These meme stock pumps, they're just pyramid schemes. It works until people stop buying, and then it doesn't work. When it was down in this area and it was chopping around for a while, I remember just looking at this little tight base, and as it was breaking out, I took a little day trade on it, and that just ended up just ripping to the end of the day, and then doing this craziness overnight where I sold most of it, and that was a big one. That's one that comes to mind, but there's been a couple big ones. I just don't really figure them out. No, AMC is going to zero. That's going to be a $0 stock. They are losing money every quarter. They are $9 billion in debt, and that debt's going to have to be reserviced soon. The float is now massive because they've diluted their shareholders so much, and I think they're doing it again. So if you owned 10% of AMC during the meme stock craze, you own less than 1% of AMC now, right? They've just been diluting the float like crazy. They do diluted the float, I think, like 15 times. Which again means that one share is worth 15 times as little. So even if you believed the insane conspiracy theory about naked shorts and all that kind of stuff, again, they've increased the float 15x. So if there was 10 times the amount of the float that was short, well, they've had more than ample opportunity to get out. That was a flash in the pan moment, and that's why I kind of rail on them now, because there's a whole like grifter community that has come up for people who won't admit that it was a flash in the pan moment, because they get followers and engagement and sometimes money to say, hey, this thing is gonna shine again. But even if I'm wrong and it doesn't go bankrupt, it's not going to $600 a share from $3. That's just absolute insanity. It's a movie theater, right? They're not going to cure cancer. It's a movie theater. I mean, short in options? No. See, I wouldn't. The problem is, I wouldn't. There's really nothing to be done here. Now, I may trade this thing, but I don't think it's going to do what GameStop did then, right? They're kind of just flash trades, right? Uh, NIVF has traded 20 times its float. Yeah. So just again, be careful with these things, right? They're great trading vehicles. But just know if it's traded 25% of its float, it's a retail game that's going on right now. Again, that game of musical chairs. That it's great. It's like I was talking about pyramid schemes with the meme stock. You can make a lot of money on a pyramid scheme as long as you're not one of the last people to enter. Same when was it George Soros or Jim Rogers or one of those great investors was talked about. Someone mentioned bubbles, and his response was, "I love bubbles. Right there, I run to them. If something is a bubble, that means it's going to get insanely overpriced insanely quickly. The benefit is that I can get involved. Bubbles and manias and things like that are only bad for people who don't have an exit plan. And if you have an exit plan, then have at them." Adobe, ADB. This is probably going to move a lot with the other big tech guys. Yeah, this one, and it's worse than a lot of the, if you look at like the NVIDIAs and the SMCIs of the world, they're still holding pretty good. But then you look at the Adobes of the world, and this one's got a lot overhead. I think this $500 mark is probably a big area. Support here and support here and support here. Now that it acted as resistance and through here, for me, Adobe would be, it's got to be above $500, or a lot of time has to have gone by because you're under key support. So it's just nothing I'm super interested in, unless you're doing like a like revision to the mean play or something like that. CZOO. Go. Great move today, but obviously an awful company. Right? So, Jesus. So, right, when you zoom out on a stock and the high is $20,000 a share, something's gone wrong. Right now, we do at Trade split adjusted charts. So that means that it was never $20,000 a share. What happens is the stock goes under $1. They have to do a reverse split in order not to get delisted. It has to go under $1, so on and so forth. Again, you can trade anything as long as you have an exit plan. But if I see a company like this, I instantly know that it's just a trade. And the reason for it is you got to imagine there are bag holders, same as we were just talking about with the meme stocks, right? There's somebody owns this at $15,000 a share. Somebody owns it at $10,000 a share. Someone owns it at $5,000 a share, right? Someone owns it at $200 a share. So every time this thing gets some sort of relief pop or rally, it's a used car dealer, for Christ's sakes. There's all these people, these bag holders that are just looking for a reason to recover some of their money and to get out of the position. So you end up fighting dramatically uphill. Right. And I think so, yeah, could it pop from here to 15 or $20 or something if it finds support here? Absolutely. Just know it's not ever going back to 20,000 a share, and there's a lot of people who are desperately going to look. So when I see a pattern of pop and then immediately fade, and then pop and then immediately fade, and pop and immediately fade, it's just you got to be quick with them. And I think INPX. Oh, is it gone forever? Yeah, it is. I always used to use this as an example because the chart on INPX would go up to like, I think it was like $1 billion a share or just something ludicrous like that, because they reverse split and got under $1 and reverse split and got under $1 so many times that the opening price or the IPO price of the company was either in the millions or the billions or something absurd like that. So again, it just means there's a lot of people looking to sell, right? Michael, a pre-made chart from the channel, Biotech Daily Movers. Close to that. I don't know what you mean there with the chart. If you saved a chart from from the channel bar, then it will be wherever you saved it at. Just look at the sector status. Energy turned around. Energy was down big earlier today. I did a tweet about it, but it looks like that's coming back, which is interesting. I trade historical gaps as potential support for quick revision plays. That's a common strategy. People look at the closing of a window, as it's called in technical analysis, or the closing of a gap as a revision trade. We actually have a scan for that. If you go to the Market Explorer and you go for gap, you can do gap upfill. And yeah, this, for example, right here is a gap, and you can see that it's filled right here. And all what this scan is looking for companies that have some type of gap that occurred. And it has to be, I think, more than an ATR or something like that. It has to be a pretty significant gap. And then price needs to be at the lower end of that gap. So if that's something that you're looking for, then you can take a look. Now, just keep in mind, some of these are going to be, crazy type movers. So this gap is kind of right here. So some of these are going to look more significant than others, but they're all technically fitting the mold, which is a gap that's greater than like 1 ATR. So we built this because there are a lot of people like you that like to use the low of these gaps. Like, so for example, I'll just draw this in case people are having a hard time seeing them. And they just use these as kind of, like you said, quick mean revision trades, right? So that's the low of that gap on Frog. And then this is the high of this gap on Frog right up here, right in that area right there. So the idea is that if the gap closes, then the psychological idea behind this one is that people, a gap is created due to some sort of news event or change in fundamentals or earnings or something. So the basic idea here is that if the gap, say this was earnings, right? And JFrog reported great earnings and it had a great move and that looked great. There are fundamental people who are like, man, I wish I could get that price that it was yesterday, because generally speaking, large institutions and funds are not going to chase a gap. They're going to wait for some sort of pullback or some sort of reason to enter, and then that's a way they can do it. They can say, okay, well, I need to maybe just set a limit order and say, hey, if this gets back to that price it was before this fundamental change, that's great. I'm going to buy it there. And then you also just think about it, it's like FOMO, right? Oh, I missed, JFrog was at, what are these prices, right? JFrog was at 37, and then the next day it opened at 45. Oh, damn it, I missed that price. I really wish I could get it at 37. And then they'll put a order there. Also, people that were short JFrog when it was at 37, as it comes back into that price, knowing that they were down significantly on a percentage basis for a long period of time, will do things like, okay, I can finally get out of this trade. I'm going to buy here. So that sometimes creates in the area of the gap a little area to take a shot. So, that's the idea that kind of Luke is saying here. And it's a very popular one. So that scan may help with you. If you just go through that every day, and it says, find the ones that you like, set price alerts in there, get knowing when this thing's occurring, know that we're defining gap as closed to open. I know some people like to define gap, like some people will look at this and say, right, the gap's already closed. But we're looking at it as this is the gap here. And again, it's there's not a right answer or a wrong one or anything like that. SSR, yeah. Well, all you have to do is look up the exact SSR rules and then I think I may have a scan or something. I know Trader TV has a one they built. SSR. Yeah, so I can share this one with you. But the idea here is pretty simple, which is just the SSR rules, I think, are just 10% down today or 10% down yesterday. So these are the stocks that were down 10% or more today. And these are the stocks that were down 10% more of yesterday. So again, I always like to explain the reason behind why people are interested in SSR. And essentially, SSR just stands for short sale restriction. And the idea is simply that if a stock moves 10% or more, get out of here, you thing, moves 10% or more down the current day or the day prior, what happens is they end up being short sale restricted, which basically just means that you can't market short the stock. You have to put out a limit order and hope that the stock moves up a little bit to your price. Just simplest way, makes them harder to short. The idea is a stock that is harder to short, then maybe it's going to be something that is worthwhile looking for a pop, right? So SHOT example yesterday was down more than that 10%. So today, some traders who trade this short sale restricted style will, build this list and say, all right, show me everything that kind of got clobbered yesterday. And I'm going to come into that today and watch those names for some sort of reversal play. Right. So this ABEO is down 52%. So the idea is that it would be incredibly hard to continue to short this. The thing is, if you own the stock and you're having a bad day, because you certainly are having a bad day with it, there's nothing, you can sell it. You don't need to. So it only limits people that are initiating short positions, right? It doesn't limit people who are long the stock and want to sell. So it's it's only a limited side of things, right? And really, there's probably not many large institutions or large traders that are shorting a stock that's down 52% that day. Right? They're either shorting before then, or they're going to wait for something to play off of. But they're not shorting the stock because it's down that much right off the bat. It's probably most of this move is occurring because people are selling because it gapped down more than 10% today. Right, it gapped down probably 20, 30%. And then from there, it just ended up being selling because whatever news came out on this one was obviously bad, which is I love why I don't need to read. I don't need to read the news. I don't need to know what occurred here. All I need to know is that it's bad. So I don't want to buy it. Thank you for all the help. Yeah, no worries. The scanners. So yeah, if you actually go to the scanners that Trade Ideas are using. So if you go to trade-ideas.com / not NOS, it's mine, Trader TV, should bring you to this right here. And actually under the FAQs, which I'll copy this out for you. Boom. We have this list right here where this is what I've given the guys to use and they end up using. Hopefully that doesn't really spam that comment. No, that's not too bad. Oh, I did create 3 comments on YouTube. That's okay. But yeah, so this is a good place to go and grab this where they have their different cloud links of what they use. I try to keep that updated. They may be a little bit dated, but I try to keep it updated if someone has a new thing. More and more, I see them actually using the web version. It looks like my Blink. Looks like this Blink trade is going to be a loser. I don't want to end the contest red. This is embarrassing that they put this down here. I'm only in 60th, being down that much, so I'll take that. Andre here is killing it. $78,000. Yeah, I think a lot of people are trading this CZU thing. Now let's look at an intraday chart on this. Do 10-minute chart. Yeah, this is they're taking a play out of this. So this is the kind of thing I may start to do because you can both long and short in this tournament. So um, I may start to do the game plan that I did before, where what I would do during the short only tournament is I would take this list right here each day, and I would look for it to sell the next day, right? So we have a list here of generally stocks that are up big, right? This all of these things, and I would make a list to watch the next day because, like I talked about with this CZU, if you go to a weekly chart, right, this is an awful company that's probably going to zero. So if it's going to continue this history of pop and then crash and then pop and then crash, well, maybe I'm not going to do anything on day one because I think that's pretty crazy. But if you watch these things, generally speaking, control in this way, yeah, zoom in. There we go. Um, if you had waited until kind of this day right here or this day right here, waited for that first kind of red day to occur, and then shorted the end of that red day, sometimes you get some pretty good moves. So that might be something that I give a little shot to. Um, they would have to be, if I'm ever doing this in the real world, this would have to be incredibly small because these things are probably really, really dangerous. But I do think CZU's, didn't it say it was like a used car dealership or something? Yeah, used car dealer. So I don't know why. I don't even see sees large growth in short interest. That's the only news I see. I don't know what the hell a used car dealership could do. But again, after a couple days, maybe this would be a good trade to take. Well, we only have the 3 days, so.
Michael, it's just fun to say kazoo.
Kazoo, is that why it's
Kazoo.
up 100
Yeah.
100
Oh, I know.
0.4?
But holy smokes, was it ever a great trader a few weeks ago? I mean, it was just unbelievable. But you're right. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason. Even today, Michael, there was a reverse splitter today, and you remember in the old days, a company doing a reverse split. That was it. That was the death knell. More than likely, it would even within days go right back down below the $1. Nowadays, I mean, it's just insane what can happen on these reverse splitters.
What one was that?
The day of, and even a week later, if they come out with any sort of a fluffy press release, and they just go ballistic.
Yeah, well,
Now,
it's because
do
the
they
focus
last?
is on when you do a reverse split, you limit your float, and people just love the small, like if anyone wants to go, why is this going up? The answer is it's 2 million shares in the float, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
that's
That's your news. Really, that's the news.
yeah,
Exactly.
is
All right,
yeah.
my friend. Well, listen, you are probably dead tired now, so I will take over for you. Thank you again, and it's great to have you back. Actually,
Well, thank you very much. It's good to be back. It's good to be more than just changing diapers and getting screamed at.
and feeding Gerbers. Is that still a thing? Is Gerber still around?
Oh no, well yeah, but not for
Not for you guys. Okay.
not for that young. No, it's just mom is food and dad is the factory worker who just cleans up everything.
Good for you. Well, good to see you're pulling your weight. Okay, Michael.
All right,
we'll talk to you next week.
all right. Talk to you then.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Back in both rooms. Just gonna get rid of my okay. When you go to Windows Show All, nothing happens? Show all. When you say nothing happens, what do you mean by that? Does that mean that maybe everything is already being shown? Okay, I just wanted to make sure you had everything that okay. So it's possible, okay, for instance, yeah, if I had this again, these are my thumbnail charts, okay? So if I had 2 versions of this, I have this one, and then right underneath, if I did a window show all, exactly, you're not going to see it's. You're not going to see any. You won't see any change. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't have something else that you didn't realize. Okay, so don't worry about that then. Then go to the first one. But make sure. Just move the window to make sure there is a duplicate underneath. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's what you're going to see, because if you move the window and the duplicate's underneath, then when you X out, then you'll still have what you want. And you'll have to do that for the 15 windows. Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah. The show all was just in case you might have had some scans that you didn't even realize you had. Well, they're not open. They're not open. But if you go down to, well, I can't do it here. If I hover over the trade ideas icon, I can see everything I've got. Okay. But you may have had a bunch that you didn't even realize were part of the layout. That's all. That was the only reason I suggested you do that. No, I blew that. How do I get rid of my taskbar down here so you don't guys don't see it? Not that it's a matter. And then, yeah, actually, you could do that. You could. No, there is no option that says unpin all. Okay. There's no option that says unpin all. There's a close all. That's not what you want, because that'll just close all your windows. Okay. So there's not an option that I know of anyway that says unpin all. You're going to have it won't take you long. So imagine I had a duplicate over this one. I exit out. Now this remains. I right click, uncheck the pin, do the next one. You'll have 15 of them to do. It won't take you long. Okay. And then absolutely 100% file. You can save your layout to your computer, uh, save or share to cloud, give it entire layout, give it a name, save it in the unpinned version. And then when you exit trade ideas, I don't know how you what you do, but I've got a layout that I load it in the morning. But typically, if I file exit, and then it's going to say, "Do you want to load this layout next time you start trade ideas?" Then that's what I do. Yeah, one thing, I mean, yeah, in the old days, what would happen is when I used to hand out links to people, people would say, "I want this link, I want this link." And I would do it forgetting that I had it pinned. Okay, something was pinned. Okay. And so I'd be handing out these things. This is years ago. Years ago. And then the support people said, "What the are you doing?" And I said, "What do you mean?" And so that's why when I create all my scans I'm sharing, I have to make sure, and hopefully none of them are pinned. Boy, that GL guys, no matter what we think of this company, that is an awesome move. Well, I looked at that, David, and it actually, at least it wasn't exactly the same time. I know what you're talking about. It's not normal. It happens every now and then. Remember, These are two, I mean, even though the segment is Holy Grail, but they were two different strategies, okay? So one kicked in at, obviously at 10:11, and then later on, this is, almost, 2 hours later, a short opportunity, okay? So you could treat them like, yeah, it's the same stock, but it's two different strategies. What we would not wanna have happen is, okay, entry, go long at 10:11 and then turn around and have one to short at 10:12. Not the same strategy, but a different strategy. But this is almost 2 hours later. Almost treat it like it's two different stocks. But it does not happen that often. Ah, the auction. Yes, the bond auction, okay, at 1 o'clock. So, obviously, nothing, traumatic hit the market. Yes, perfect circle, swinging from the low, exactly, GL, exactly. Because now it is, yeah, it's basically doubled. It's, I mean, right there, 38, not quite, okay, 39. This gets up to 78. This is basically a double in what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5 days. Well, I think the key tomorrow in the market will be what happens tomorrow. Can it continue? This 500 has been defended. We had a little green day yesterday. It appears that we're going to have a green day today, okay, unless something devastating happens. But you see, we haven't had any big red bars yet today. So let's take a look at the leaderboard now. So remember, when I last looked at it or displayed it, I think that Mr. G and Andre were kind of neck and neck. So Andre is he has taken a pretty decent lead now. So you can see right here, okay, in the open profit. So that what this means is for zero, that means Andre's in no trades right now. Okay, he's out of everything. But Mr. G is still in, I don't know how many trades, but he's down $16,000 in whatever he's in, whatever trades he's in currently. That's what that minus 16 means. And with the close profit is 63, but you got to subtract 16, and that gets you the 46, just in case you're wondering what the math and how this is all working. So Oliver, who is our current, past, and reigning champion right now, okay? He's still lurking here. And you guys can still, I think, to the end of today, if you want. All right, guys. Now this PRI, it looks like it had a gap here on the 15-minute chart, unless my 50, yeah, what happened here? Or Exactly, Oliver. You're right. Oliver, at the end of the first day, he was negative. Was losing money. He ended up making. I wish we wish, right? 1.1 million. Well, I know you can definitely still sign up now. I'm just trying to find out how late today you can do it, like tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time or something. Um, so I'll put this in. You can still sign up for the contest, and as Oliver said, what's happening today doesn't mean anything. Well, it means something, but it doesn't necessarily mean that these are the people who are 100% going to win this contest. As he said, he was negative after the first day last year or the last contest. So, and he ended up winning. All right, guys. Now, did I ever miss one? My goodness, I missed one. The NCI when I was on my break. Remember, I was saying I had an alert set for the high of the day. At that point, in my right at noon, right when I was taking my break, is when it popped through. There was the high right there. I said, I like to put a price alert at the high of the day. And the high, of course, was on the opening 10:45 candle. Put the price alert there. And then look what happened at 12, right when I was taking my break. I could not, I just couldn't take the trade. So I had a little pullback the second candle. But other than that, I mean, this went from where could have got in, say, I may have even waited for a five break. Okay. But from five, it got up to, 722, 724. So I am now going to stick an alert at the high of the day again and see if later on. So this has been a reasonable China IPO that, the IPO was priced at 4. I didn't like this action here because most of the time when there's a lot of enthusiasm, I mean, they'll just pop right over that IPO price right from the beginning and don't look back for a while. But this one, just rested for an hour underneath. Is NCI still halted? The answer is no, it's not halted. You know what would be interesting to look at, guys, is the AGBA. AGBA, AGBA. Take a look at it on the 15-minute chart. A little pullback here. Of course, there's a massive, massive move yesterday. Got going early on in the day, but it pulled back a lot. But it's almost at the high of yesterday again. And if it gets up to that now, it's very, very choppy. It's the only thing. I mean, it's hard to look at this 15-minute chart. Now, guys, even the OPRT, the problem I got with it is that it looked like, look where it got to, 353. Look at the high right there, 354. That is what has stalled it so far. That is what somebody else is saying, Corvette, regarding NCI. So maybe it was another company that had NCI as a symbol a long time ago. So maybe that's the reason. I don't know, but it's definitely we don't have that, and I don't have an interactive broker chart up, so I don't know if they do it too. But yeah, it's possible there was another company that was trading as NCI years ago. What about if you hover over a daily candle? Does it tell you the date? Because sometimes I can't remember. There was one last week, I believe, and it started trading, and yet we saw it flatlining above, and yet the price was down here. And so when I checked the last date, it was 2020. So yes, it was trading as that symbol, and then they obviously either went private or out of business. And then 4 years later, a company says, "Hey, we'd like that stock symbol." Well, then that is very bizarre because this is just an IPO. I mean, I don't think it wasn't anything special, just a China IPO. All right, so I've got now when I was typing in NCI, I did see another name, something Clarity. So maybe that was. Let me just see if I can find that again. Yeah, too bad because it remembers now. When I typed in NCI, there was another symbol or another name that came under. Maybe you're right, Jay. It was called Navigant Consulting. So, but this is Interactive Brokers, and it's fine. I don't recall anybody talking about NCI. Somebody else. Maybe I must have missed that. Well, I'd be in it, except I just, bad timing on my break. Yeah, I mean, I just have a tough time. Okay, you're looking at NKGN maybe to, excuse me, to go long, right? So when you look left, what do you see? You see, we're at 180 right now, okay? And to me, between 180 and 2, there could be a lot of potential resistance to me anyway. Now, it's at the VWAP 178, so it's right at the VWAP. I don't see For me, I just don't see a massive advantage. Now, it is an 8 million float, so it's certainly low. Oh, I see. You're talking about the quote on TOS, Thinkorswim. Oh, I see. I thought you were talking. Okay, I got you. Now I get you. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Groupon. Oops. Ah, okay. Well, here's what I have to do. Just give me a moment. I've ruined my layout here. Now this is tricky. Just give me a moment. Mm, now, sh- okay. I am going to reload it. No, no, not this one. Sorry. That's the one. All right, guys, give me a moment. I've got to do some rearranging here. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Okay, I know I'm gonna confuse everybody, but that's okay. I gotta do one more thing. Okay. Hey, just give me one more moment, guys. I just got to do one more rearranging. Now look what's happening to this chart here. This is what was happening with you guys, right? Oh, okay, good. Okay, just give me one moment. Add one thing. Okay. All right, William, what is on your agenda today in terms of keeping the room open? I know we've got Tesla, which is going to be watched quite closely. Obviously, Tesla has earnings after hours today. Tesla actually a little bit of a pop for Tesla today in advance of its earnings after hours. So everybody thinks it's going to be horrible earnings, but it's all built in now. This huge downward trend, is it all built in to the share price? All right. So William says he will keep the room open till about 4:15 today. I take off at around 3. So William will keep the room open. That's the main room. So in our YouTube room, I will put the link in to get into the main room if you want to keep talking about trading. Taurus is an earnings play, looks like, yeah, earnings play. No, no pre-market trading, no pre-market, no post-market. Question is, pre-market trading allowed tomorrow and the day after? Yeah, I'm just, I'm pretty sure, that that's it, Eagle. I don't see why they would say, no, like, no pre-market today, but, going forward, you could. I think one of the problems we had is that people don't understand they have to go limit orders in the pre-market, okay? And they're trying to go market orders and not understanding, well, why is this not happening? Why am I not getting a fill? It's just getting too complicated. People who understand that, they know. Even in the simulator, you can't go in and market order. So it was just getting too much of a hassle with people saying, inundating our support people. How come I'm not getting a fill? Well, do you understand? And on and on and on and on. So just as easy just to say no. All right. Looks like Shady short of GL is working. Yeah, 75.60. So he's in at 75.60 with a dollar 30 stop. Yeah, just a confirmation. Yeah. So no pre or post market trading going forward. Also, not it wasn't just this morning. What's looking really interesting, guys, is this NCI. To me, anyway. Take a look at NCI. Look how it's trading. Okay, nice little bit of a trend up, and there's the high of the day right up there. Now, remember when it broke through, it had some pretty. Yeah, actually, the volume wasn't amazing, but the volume picked up. You can see how the volume picked up. You'd want more volume, in my opinion, and to break out. So even if I do get an alert, doesn't mean I'm going to absolutely take the trade. I want to see there's some volume coming in too. So, William, I think you mentioned about ABEO earlier. They have really nothing, and they have about a dollar something in cash, or it works out to a dollar something with what they've got left. ABEO. I notice that it is taking another little drop here. And there are a lot of shares available. Interactive Brokers, over 1 million shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Well, there's your Dawn. Did Dawn get halted? Maybe not. There's the Dawn. Wow, Dawn is just zipping up here. So the next high, 1649. Now this is shortable for me. 655,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. Boy, oh boy, is this going to turn into an unbelievable short here, guys? I don't know. The high up here, 1649 is the next high. That's the next high in the daily chart, that red line. So that is the next high. And this is just some kind of a rumor. Now, yesterday, JP Morgan put a price target of 36 from 32. Okay. So there is that. That was yesterday. Boy, oh boy. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this one. I mean, there's the high, 1649. All right, guys, let's take a look at the leaderboard again. So, okay, how do I slide over? There we go. So Andre is still leading. Okay, there we go. So Andre is still leading, 78,000. Next, Mr. G at 49. Oliver's still hanging around, guys, 37. NCI, guys, NCI is getting so close. Here's the high right there. The high right there is 725. Yeah, glad it didn't short. You know what kept me? I'll tell you what kept me from it. Really, is that upgrade by J.P. Morgan yesterday to 36. No, I'm not saying it's getting to 36, but had it had absolutely no other kind of news with it, I might have dabbled at just around 1620. I was looking at because now when you look at the weekly chart, the next high is 1689, and then after that, 1752. Thank you, JP. Seriously, that's what kept me out of the short. Testing it anyway. Well, guys, ACI, sorry, NCI. Pepe, are you around? Notice how now when it's an IPO, it'll say one instead of nothing for the relative volume. Remember when we used to IPOs would not show up and say the races or something unless we had that little bit of a hack. So now we don't have to worry. And I just put current volume as at least one. Okay. Thank you for that, Pepe. All right, guys. I'm real now. The spread is an issue right now, though, with the NCI. I don't know what it was like before, but it's not a great spread. 684, 707. Need that bid to catch up to the ask. I don't know. I don't know what it was before. Exactly. Yes. The values one, make it or no, make it one. All right, Don. I'm inclined to maybe join William in this one because he really knows what he's talking about most of the time. So I am going to, as he probably did a spit take. Okay, 1689. So there's your that's the high right there. If it gets through that, I'm done. Okay, I'm done. That was quick. As I said, William doesn't have a clue about what he's talking about. I'm kidding, William, of course. No, it looked good. I mean, I thought the 1689 might hold it, but now let's see, 1753 is the next. You would think that might hold it. I'm almost thinking of going long, no, but it's a bit of a chase. You think a bit of a chase? Boy, well, 1755. That is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Wow. Oh, you're that's a rule you've got. Okay. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, nicely done now, on the dawn. I'm still kinda holding out on the NCI guys, later on, maybe, but later on might not be that far away. Just gotta get that spread. Yeah, so 676, 690, not terrible, not great, but let's see if it, breaks through 7 later on in the day. Is NCI available in the contest account? Now I do know that there's sometimes an IPO is not available, but let's take a look. Appears to be. I just loaded it, NCI. So if I take, well, I'm not going to do it I'm not in this, okay, at all. Not that it matters, but 500 shares, buy it, send it. Now let's see. Maybe not. Maybe I do recall in the simulator for some reason that IPOs were unavailable. In a real account, yes, but yeah, doesn't look like it. Let's take a look at the orders. Rejected. Yeah. So I guess an IPO is not available in the simulator. Yeah. But tomorrow it should be, and it could turn into a it could turn into a great short. Nice on the dawn. Doggone it. It was just a little too eager. That was a really good one. Great drop from 1739 down here. And so what did it get to? Got up to 1739, and the high was 1752. So pretty close. If it's going to bounce, 1625. Okay. Ugh, terrible spread. Terrible spread. NCI. Okay, guys. Well, I'm in this, but the spread, man, the spread got really terrible for still not great. I'm talking the NCI. Okay, phew. Now I've taken some off in the 60s. Just wow, quick. 59 actually. Very, very quick. That's a big few. Why I was saying few because when I got in this, it was about 717, I think 718, and all of a sudden the bid went 708, 732, or something like that. But the spread is not great right now, but I've taken some off in the upper 50s, so I'm okay. I don't care what it does now. Wow. All right, well, guys, there's I guess hope now, maybe for the China IPOs again. We had a nice one yesterday, MFI. This has been pretty good. Even the Singapore one that I was in, it was okay. It just didn't, it just didn't continue. And when, let's see, I'm going to check that calendar, see what's happening maybe tomorrow. Okay, so there's the NCI. Let's see, EF Hutton Key Mining, probably not interesting. Yeah, the US stock, I doubt if it's going to be too interesting. Then we got a big one, pretty big one here. I don't love the big ones, but we got a couple of big ones actually. But you never know. So we've got Merrick's with Barclays, Goldman, Jeffries, a lot of big names behind this one. And then the one the same day, Jeffries, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup. So there's some big ones behind it. You know what? It looks like that one that was going to IPO this week is not going to, and that is that's one out of Singapore. It's been yanked. Um, what was it? This one, FBGL. FBGL. When we looked at the calendar last week, it was listed this week. But the clue was there was no specific day. It was the week of. So that meant, didn't have to be this week. But I'm also looking next week, so I don't see it. It looks like it's been yanked, unless it never was on here. Yeah, the calendar link. So I'll give you the link. This is how you start, okay? And then you can go to the IPO calendar. But this sort of shows you the last IPOs, including the one you see today, one yesterday. And then all you have to do is just go to the calendar, which shows you the upcoming ones. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. Well, we had some excitement then with the NCI and also the Dawn. Nice short by Shady so far on the GL. Very nice. This was a, I think this was a heck of a short, guys. SMFL. I have a feeling maybe, just maybe, somebody might have done that in the contest. Yeah. So, I mean, look at this one. I mean, it's gone from almost straight down. It had a little jog up here, but from 715 down to 420. You take enough shares in this, and that would have been a good short in the contest. Well, Don ain't quitting yet, guys. I mean, DAWN is not quitting yet, even if it looks like it's somewhat fake in terms of the drug is being voted on the 30th, so a week from now. Oh, is this what you're talking about? Day one wins FDA nod? Well, I don't know. I mean, it says unless this is completely unless this is completely fake. Is this what you're talking about? It says the FDA on Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. Tuesday green lighted day one's lead candidate. The approval was granted. The FDA accepted day one's marketing application under priority review, granting April 30th as the target action date. But it looks like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to read all these things, but look at NCI, guys. HCP halted. Yes. HashiCorp. All right. A little bit of excitement in the market now. Now we got a few movers. This is Dawn and the NCI. We've got HCP on the move here. GL on the way down for Shady. So, yeah. Look at WISA even, WISA. This might be getting set to make a move. I mean, it's made a move, but I'm looking at this 5-minute chart. $6 yesterday was the high. Come on, break eight. Wisa guys, I mean, I mean, it's got room. $6 was yesterday's high. This has been a real choppy one on a daily chart. Look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails. Wow, keep an eye on. I think this is an earnings play, isn't it? Cleveland Cliffs. Yeah, it's an earnings play. So the next low is 1885. It's right there on the weekly chart. If it breaks through 1885, it's got room down to 1825. So there is some room down here. And this again is an earnings play. Yes. So what is your question in our YouTube room? Yeah, it happens every now and then. The good news is it was 2 hours apart. Okay, so you almost treat them like different, completely different setups. They're two different setups. Okay, two different scans. Happens every now and then. The question is, why did IBRX show up as a long and then almost an hour later as a short? Well, it's just they're just two different scans, and I would say they both worked. Certainly on the long side, and now on the short side. Again, they're almost 2 hours apart. Be different if it was like a minute apart or something. Seems to work for me. Talking about Brokerage Plus, let me. So I usually do this. I mean, I haven't changed these columns forever. Okay, so but I usually save as default, and that I don't know. That seems to work. Also, maybe up here, new Windows save as default. Maybe do them both. I haven't done it for so long. I made any changes. The new upgrade. Yeah, the new upgrade. WISA guys, WISA. Good one, Poe. All right, guys. NCI at 8 still. Is there an option to create a watch list and trade ideas? Yes, there is. Let me direct you to our guide. If you click on my homepage link, John, All right, so clicking on my homepage link and then scroll down until you see the education section. Whoops. So scroll down until you see the education section, okay? And then click here and then click on the user guide and you see where it says watch list right here, watch list. Here's how to create watch lists, okay? Should go over how to create them, how to edit them, how to attach them to an alert window or a top list window, okay? Okay, guys. Well, actually, I guess I should go over my homepage anyway one last time. So if you want to take out a subscription, this is a promo code you can use. Barry Fit. Wow, look at NCI now. This has turned out to a great one. Interesting to see where it closes today. Anyway, so if you want to take out a subscription, there's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off. First month only or the entire year. Must do the get started, 10 short videos. That'll get you started. Trading 101, if you're in the YouTube room between 12 and 1, you might have heard Michael Noss. He put this together, a series of videos. So if you're new to trading, I think this is really beneficial to take a look at. And I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it there. The trade of the week, you can sign up for it. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you check your promotions folder in Gmail, I'm just excited because 884 now, NCI. And before we look at my scans, all I ask is this: if you take out a subscription, just use my promo code. The room will get credit for that subscription. And that's the way in which we keep this room free. Okay. WISA, guys, WISA also. I did not take WISA, but WISA, my goodness. The reason I saw WISA, I had it thumbnailed. So I don't think I really saw it anywhere else, but I had it thumbnailed. And the education section is here. And then here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. And I'm going to start using this gap continuation or reversal scan tomorrow. See what sort of alerts we get. Okay. But these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. If you have any questions about them, just ask away. Let's check our leaderboard again. Andre still in the lead. You can see that Mr. G, his loss before whatever he was in is now only $5,000. I think it shrunk from about 15. So that's why he's added a little bit here. Oliver, look at Oliver, guys. Look at Oliver just creeping up. And let's see who else. Well, looks like the other guys have dropped off. Trevor, though, that's you, right? Trevor in our, did you call yourself Squid? I think that's in our YouTube room. I think Trevor is in our YouTube room. So we've got Oliver and Trevor. Okay. These are, and there could be others. I don't know. Maybe somebody else is also in our YouTube room or main room here. Meanwhile, our market is still not showing any signs of pulling back at all. We had a little pullback there, a little one there, but nothing major. So the market has definitely been nice and strong today. Still sitting now over 500, the key big psychological number. Don't milk it too much. I mean, what did it get up to? 580 WISA? I'm sure you must be out of it now. You've got to be out of it now, right? WISA? You've got to be out of it now. So look what it got to. It got to 577. The high yesterday was 602. So not, I mean, it could have got a little bit closer, but you've got to be out of it now. I remember you, Derby Blood or Darby Blood. You've been gone for months. So anyway, guys, there's the WISA. So I'm assuming, Poe, you cannot still be in this, not after that big topping tail. Yeah, I mean the float's only all they issued was 2.3 million. So that's it for NCI. Yeah. Can't help you, Derby. It hasn't. I'm not on the same build. I'm on a development build, so my audio alerts have been bang on. Never had that issue before. Yeah, don't let me know. I'm not tech, so you can you can go to info at trade-ideas.com. But that is a new one on me. I haven't heard that. We had some problems with our charts, not showing blank data and all, but until people maybe try a reboot or okay, try a reboot or something a couple of times because that's not I've never heard that one before. Mara showing strength. Okay, I thought Mara had a yeah. I mean, from the beginning, this is the 9:45 candle. Yeah. So I mean, all this is behind them now. I guess the having event. Boy, I mean, what a great move! Really great move. I had the pullback here, and then you unclick two things in the option tab. Which option tab are you talking about, JM? All right, NCI 9. And the spread is, as we speak, is tightened up 9906. Now that's what happened, except it was in the sevens when it did that. Anyway, so you click two things up here and it didn't froze, didn't freeze on you. Okay. Look at NCI guys. No, I'm getting excited again for with the maybe the China IPOs again. HYMC. What a joke. I'm sorry. Well, it was moving with gold or silver or whatever. Yeah. So what are the precious metals doing? SLV. Let's take a look at SLV. Yeah. So SLV and gold, they're moving probably. Yeah, both moving. So that's really, I mean, it's a joke that HYMC would even follow the sector, but it is what it is. I don't know, man. I mean, this NCI could take out 10. I mean, I have no idea where it's going. I mean, obviously, there's no chart resistance. It's trading as NCI today as an IPO. Never, ever, ever thought it would do this. Really, not after this on the open. Not never thought it would have a remote possibility of doing this. So I have a question in our YouTube room about ENPH has earnings today. So I don't play earnings. Okay, I don't try to speculate whether they're going to be good, bad, indifferent. So I really, I really don't know. As earnings after hours. I do not. So if you're asking me what do I think they're going to do, what's going to happen during earnings, I really have no idea. Okay. And it's even Tesla with earnings today, I mean, I'm sure people think it's going to get creamed, but has a lot of that already been built in? I don't know. I really don't know. Wow, NCI through 10 now, through 10. This makes up for yesterday, for me anyway, the hugely boring day, and through 10 in a huge way now. Let's take a closer look at the ENPH. Yeah, I mean, it's really, and there's no real clue, is there? I mean, nobody is piling into the stock either in the short side or the long side. So the 200-day moving average is up here, 120. I mean, that's could be a block also, even if earnings are good. All right, guys, 2:33. So I've got another little less than half an hour left. William, again, will keep the room open until about 4:15, he said. I'm sure he wants to hang around for Tesla's, whatever Tesla says. Probably 10:30 gets me out of NCI in that area. 10:30. That'll get me out of the whatever I have left. I mean, it may keep going crazy, but I don't want to risk it having it really collapse. Yeah, John, I mean, maybe there should be an announcement or something, but IPOs cannot be traded in the simulator. Okay. It's just one of those things. I don't ask me why. If you were trying to trade it with your real account, you could, but for whatever reason in the simulator, IPOs the day of are not allowed are not traded. I don't know if it's a database issue. I really don't know. Obviously, we can load it on a chart and you can trade it in your real account, but in a in the simulator, for whatever reason, it just you cannot trade IPOs. First day. Give me a moment. Really, you don't see it on TradingView, really? Wow. Well, it didn't get down to where I was going to get out of it. So now 11:34. My goodness, look the old days. I'm surprised it hasn't been halted right here. I guess well, I mean, it's because it hasn't met the requirements, but Well, just ride the wave, guys, and just don't leave your computer, of course, if you're in this one. What did they do? Neo concept. Just watching right here. Don't want to see it go too much further down. If it does, like 1050, I'm probably completely out again. That's what I said before. Actually, I said underneath 1050. It didn't really get there. So we are a holding company. We are a one-stop apparel solution services provider. We offer a full suite of services in the apparel supply chain. So that's what we do. Oh man. Okay, Barbara. So you can go here. Yeah, no, it has, David. It has actually. Noticed a few of them a little while back. I was surprised because usually it wants more history, but you see, Holly Neo doesn't care about history. So this is where I get my IPOs from. Okay, Barbara. So it looks like this. Okay, here are the list of IPOs. These are the ones that are actually out, but here are the ones that are coming up. IPO calendar. Oh, there. So there it is. NCI. And here's where you can see the upcoming ones. So we actually have some pretty big ones this week. We've got this Laura, MRX, and when I say big ones, I mean look who's behind some of these. I mean Goldman Sachs and a couple of them, Morgan Stanley. So there's some big ones coming up. Then this is a now this one could be interesting. 1.3 million for, but where is it out of? Say China. Incorporated Nevada. It's the China ones, China, Singapore, Malaysia. Those are the ones that can go absolutely crazy on the day of. Just haven't seen the China ones acting like the one today and even the one yesterday. But this is what I'm going to do. I will just put zone in here. Zone. This is what I do. Okay. Take a look at the IPOs. So I'm going to put zone, not trading, of course. Right click, create the price alert, put $1. It's obviously going to trade more than $1 when it opens. And then what I like to do is to put the structure, which is how many shares, 1.3 million. Where is it supposed to open? IPO 4. And if I don't put China or Singapore, then I know it's USA. Okay. That's what I do. I'll put the big ones too. I mean, let's see. Who knows? Maybe something interesting will happen. There's the lower. Again, the same thing. Right click, create the price alert. And the reason I know I say this all the time, I know I repeat myself, but the reason I like to do it this way is because when it starts trading and it pops up in my price alerts, I can look at the notes and then I know, okay, how many shares, where is it out of, what was it priced at, things like that. Okay. So for instance, if Laura opens at 30, okay, I mean, then because the IPO is priced between 24 and 26. So if it opens at 30, then there's some enthusiasm for it. And then we'll do the MRX, the same thing. And this is an exercise you can do maybe on the weekend and take a look at the upcoming calendar and just do this. Put it in your price alerts. I think it's way better than people say, well, do you scan for IPOs? Not really. So 15 million. 18 to 21. What I should have put the other time, big guys. Okay, so I know there's some big names. And then the last one is RBRK. And again, right click, create the price alert, $1. And this one is this is a bigger one, 23 million, 28 to 31 suggested IPO price. And big guys, a lot of big guys. Now I'm set for this week. See how long that took? Not long. And actually, I find it kind of fun. Okay, just to check to see, where's it from, who's behind it. Of course, I'm long NCI Derby. Yes. And what time is it now? 2:43. So I have another 15 minutes or so. Just about getting set to dump my NCI. Might have just looking at the 1071, 1099. Now, if we can get the bid catching up a little bit more to the ask, maybe it has one more shot through 11. This is what I'm talking about. Again, the blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactor Brokers, okay? Nope, out of it now, guys. Totally out. All right, wild ride. Be interesting to see where it closes. Will it really give it all back, or will it close near the high? Who knows? Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe a continuation tomorrow. All right, guys. So again, I have another 15 minutes or so. So if you have any questions, good time to ask. What I'm going to do is I will put the YouTube link in. Sorry, the main trading room link in YouTube. So if you want to continue to talk about trading, you can do so when I take off. And let's take a look at the leaderboard. Andre is still leading. And Mr. G must have held on to whatever he was down quite a bit in. Now he's only down 2,000 in that one. He's still in second place. Oliver is still lurking here in third place. So there's a pretty big gap between third and fourth. But again, this is only the first day, guys. Now, give me a moment. Now. Can you guys hear that in the background? Just give me a moment. That's a leaf blower, but not in front of my window, in the back window. Pretty loud for me, though. Really? Didn't hear a thing. Wow. What do you mean? How do you enter on an IPO, Z? I don't know. I don't understand the question. It's just another stock. Just have to figure out. I mean, I thought I missed it completely because I had a price alert down here at. So it opened. Okay, this IPO opened at 10:45. Okay. Well, but this is what I do. I mean, you don't have to follow, of course, what I do, but what I wanted to do was take it over the high of the day. Now, this is back here. Okay. This is 11:45. Unfortunately, I went on, I've just seen it happen too many times, Z. Okay. That when an IPO, maybe it's opening candle, then it takes out that candle maybe an hour later, it can get going again. This is just call it what you will. Okay. I mean, I'm not saying this is a great trading plan, but I've just noticed that it seems to work more times than it doesn't. Anyway, the bottom line is that unfortunately I took a break at noon. Okay. And that's when it popped. But my next level was right here. Okay. Right there. Because that then turned into the next high of the day. And if you're listening to me, I say things like it wouldn't surprise me if it took out the high of the day, because look what it did. It pulled back, takes out the high of the day at some point. It may start to run, and that's what it did again. Okay. Now, so you may say there are no levels to trade from, but that's what I like to do. Does it always work? Of course not. But in this case, it really worked. Well, there's no question, David. I mean, the stock has gone, it's 125%. Okay. So, I mean, of course, not saying the high price ones. I mean, for a high price one, so let's say it opens up at 40, it's got to go to, 60, 70, 80 to get, a big percentage move. And that's probably not going to happen the first day. Not saying it can't happen over the time, but certainly the lower price ones can have a look like this. Yeah, stick with a 15-minute chart. Just stick with it. But of course, my eyes on the time and sales and how fast it's trading and the bid ask, like the spread. But the more high, like the ones that I was showing earlier that I created price alerts for, are the ones with the big guys behind it. Now they will, they may be a little more easy to trade in that you probably won't get wild gyrations. But the day of an IPO, though, even if it's a big one, you're going to have some pretty wild gyrations. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with those ones. See if they do open. I think they were supposed to be Thursday. Usually the big ones do when they, when they in this calendar. So yeah, so Thursday. This one, you know what? I don't know if I even put this one here. I'll put it in. I just have my doubts that it's going to do anything. It's not. The cheap US ones don't seem to have the same ability as the China ones, okay, in Singapore. But you know what? I'll put it in anyway. So is KMCM, and so could be a bunch of them on Thursday. So I right click, create the price alert, $1. And this is 4.4 million. So it's still low. I mean, it's certainly low. And I mean, they're really crazy, crazy low IPO price, 225. I really have my doubts it's going to do anything, but why not? You never know. Doesn't hurt to put the price alert in and see what happens. And then you see when it starts to trade. So here they are all on the bottom. Okay. These are all these IPOs that I've just put in. And so if any of them start to trade, then it's going to, this window, my IPO, my price alert window will pop up on my screen, but I'll also see what the structure is. So I don't have to try to, remember. Um, Probably not this time, Coco. So the question is, would I consider NCI if it took out the high of the day again? Time is it? 253? Probably not. I mean, look, anything is possible, but probably not. What do I think of MDGL? Madrigal or something? Madrigal, okay. Madrigal, okay. So, well, okay. The first thing for me, Ajay, it's way outside the price range that I normally trade. Okay, number one. Um, I mean, it's not trading anything. It's the relative volume is less than one, so it's not trading abnormally today. I mean, it's had a couple of days. It's basically this is what the market has done. So I don't know how closely it follows the market. It's a pharma, so I mean, I don't think it follows it that closely, but that's what the SPY has done also. So I mean, I don't know. I really don't have. I mean, the good news, I guess, is that yesterday it broke down below the 200-day moving average briefly, and then it closed above it. So I mean, so there is that. Other than that, I don't really have a feel for it. I mean, I don't. When I look left, I don't see this wonderful big gap. Well, not according to us. Option volume is only 1900. Well, it's not the option volume, of course. It is the is 1900 contracts. Is that abnormal? And the answer is no. That's only 79%, not even 100%. So it's not even normal on average. Okay, what it's done over the last 10 days. So it is, yeah, it's traded. It obviously doesn't trade that many options, but it's traded 1,959 contracts so far. But that's only 79% of normal. So it's not even 100% would be normal, right? So there's nothing abnormal about this today, anyway. No, I had a great little move here, no question. But on a percentage basis, 213. Actually, it's pretty good. 213 to 225. That was a great move. But what it's going to do now, I don't know. And up $6. Yeah, I get it. I sort of see now what you're looking at, but nothing. Even if I were trading stocks in this price range, it never would have shown up on any one of my scans because the relative volume was too low. But don't let me stop you from trading it if you want. Earnings are not until the 7th, so you've got a couple of weeks, 3 weeks maybe before then. All right, guys. Ooh, are there any questions before I take off? Don't say that, Denver market. Don't say that. Just because a little red bar here, don't say that. Who is leading in the competition? Well, unless there's been a change, it is still Andre K. And there's Mr. G and Oliver is they're all very close behind. and there's no trading in after hours. So at 4 o'clock, that'll be it. And let's see now, Oliver, he's in a position. He's now 330 in the position. No big deal. So look at Mr. G. Now I have now I don't know if this is a new trade, though I look at this, the 5, I think I saw it was 5 before. So in the trade that he was in, he was down about 14,000, $15,000. He kept with it and now he's up 1,000. You know what? I'm going to cheat. I'm going to see what trade that was. Of course, I will not let you guys know. I remember Miguel. I don't know if yeah, Miguel Garcia. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Mr. G, open trade. Ah, surprised me. Not in the one I thought. Well, NCI should be able to trade. Well, you should be able to trade it tomorrow, so it could be interesting tomorrow. Maybe as a big short, even though they're technically, there are very few brokers will have in the simulator. Doesn't matter, okay? But realistically, there will be no shorts available for 99.9% of brokers out there for NCI. Maybe Center Point will have some, but all right, guys, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. So thanks for all the help as usual today. And I've put the trading room link in our YouTube room, so you can head over and there'll be nobody talking, no screen sharing, but still lots of people in the room. So I will now stop the screen sharing and muting myself now in the main room. Okay, so we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock. And again, William will keep the room open until 4:15. And anybody who's left in our YouTube room, I'm going to end that stream now.